ओवरऑल 50 क्वेश्चंस। ठीक है, तो 80, 90, 100 इतना तो बनना होगा आराम से। किसी क्वेश्चन में मैथ्स के किसी क्वेश्चन में कंफ्यूजन, टाइम एंड वर्क वाला टफ था। बाकी एक ऑब्जर्वेशन देखा आप लोगों ने सारे टॉपिक से, नंबर सिस्टम, परसेंटेज, टाइम एंड वर्क, एवरीवेयर वी कैन सी द लास्ट कॉन्सेप्ट्स में यूपीएससी इज फोकसिंग मोर। लाइक टाइम एंड वर्क में लास्ट कॉन्सेप्ट्स आर अल्टरनेट डेज पे दे आर वर्किंग, अल्टरनेट आवर्स पे दे आर वर्किंग। दिस इज द लास्ट कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ टाइम एंड वर्क। देन वी हैव लास्ट कॉन्सेप्ट, सेकंड लास्ट वी कैन से दिस MDH formula, men, days, work. This is also, these two topics are the last topics of time and work. So UPSC did those topics. अब HCF LCM में भी last topic is what? कि if we are calculating HCF के भी factors we need to calculate. This is the last topic. So this is the general observation. Last year also, this year also. So we are live. We can start? Okay. Good morning everyone. My name is Brajesh Mishra and I will be taking CSAT maths part. So you might have appeared in this paper and some of you might not have appeared in this paper. So some of you planning for next year and some are planning for writing mains. So we need to see how questions are framed and from which topic questions are asked and how we can pick those topics. So if we see the difficulty level overall, the difficulty level we can say कि it is less difficult as compared to previous year. But we cannot say that this is a simple paper, because if we see the composition, I will show you the composition ki how from different topics UPSC has asked questions, the number of questions, proportion of questions. Why it is not that difficult? Because of the one fact, permutation combination. Last year 7-8 questions were from permutation and combination, but this year no question was asked from permutation and combination. And number systems may say bhi, what UPSC did last year, very difficult question asked. Few, 3-4 questions were little difficult. Why it was difficult? Because we know the concept, but still if we solve that question, it will take some time. So 5-6 minutes, one question can be solved. So that was the difficulty level last year. So that is why we can say that this year, less difficult. Easy paper we cannot say it. A simple paper hai, we cannot say it. Maths part say if you have read throughout the year or 3-4 months, and specifically number system, basic concepts, you can simply clear the barrier of the 66 marks. We'll see the composition. If we see the trend, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. 17 onwards, the difficulty level, they started increasing. And the number of questions in maths, if we see, 32, 32, 42, 31, 35, 38. And this year, 35 questions. This year, 35 questions asked from maths part. So number of questions from maths part, they are asking more and more. But we cannot say that next year the same trend will get followed by UPSC. Because in nowhere in UPSC syllabus it is written that they are going to ask 1/3 of questions from maths, 1/3 from reasoning, 1/3 from RC. So they can slightly change the proportion. Like we can see last 2-3 years mein what is happening with modern Indian history. Last year also 2-3 questions. This year also 1 or 2 questions we can say. But we cannot say that next year modern Indian history say UPSC is going to ask the same 1 or 2 questions. It may happen that UPSC is going to ask like 10 questions from modern Indian history. So we cannot leave any part. So what we can do, we can read, we can have a good clarity over concepts of all the topics, be it maths, be it RC, be it LR. Correct? So this is the trend we can see. If we see this year's distribution, topic wise, so what we can see, कि number system से around 20 questions. 20 questions, number system. And what are different sub parts of it? Number system ke? We have a unit digit. We have number of zeros. We have divisibility rule. We have 2-digit, 3-digit numbers. Manipulation of digits in these 2 and 3-digit numbers. Manipulation of digits. We have number of pages questions. Then we have classification of numbers. Like prime numbers, even number, odd numbers. These are basically the classification of numbers. So these are basically the subtopics of number system. So from these subtopics, UPSC has asked 20 questions. So what UPSC is doing, they are clubbing like these topics. Divisibility rule, unit digit. Number of zeros, unit digit. Number of zeros, this 2-digit and 3-digit number. Divisibility rule and number of pages questions. So this way UPSC is clubbing 2-3 topics and asking questions. So we need to have very good clarity over the concepts involved in these subtopics. Then only we can solve different questions. Then when we see other topics like percentage, profit, loss, discount. So from this topic, 3 questions. Last year no question was asked. 3 questions this year. Averages say 2 questions. Averages say we have 2 questions this year. Time and work say 2 questions. Ratios mixture say 3 questions. Set theory say 1 question, and some miscellaneous questions. So this is the topic distribution for this year's CSAT paper maths part. And we can see that large number of questions are coming from number system. And this trend we can see from last 5 years. Last 4 or 5 years may we can see this trend. The number system say they are asking like 40-50% question. This year, more than 50%. So we'll try to take the questions one by one. So we have this observation that paper is less difficult as compared to previous year, Why is this so? Because permutation and combination ke questions were not asked. And then we have few questions from percentage also, ratios also, mixtures also. That makes this paper less difficult as compared to the previous year. But many of the questions are very tricky. We are solving here because we can solve in like 1 minute, 2 minutes, but here AC is working and we are here very relaxed. But in that 2 hours time, see the temperature, heat waves. So lots of pressure is there. Even if we know the concept, we tend to mark incorrect answers because of the pressure, because of the conditions. So many things are there. GS paper we have given, and in the meantime, we have seen a few questions which I know which are incorrect. I should have marked it correct. So these things are also going on in paper 2. So pressure condition is there. That makes this paper, if the paper is simple also, then also what happens because of these pressure conditions, the paper looks difficult. But even in this condition also, we can say ki paper is difficult. Not that difficult, but yes, moderate to difficult level we can say. We'll see the questions one by one. This is set A, 7 questions, seventh one. A certain number of men can complete a piece of work in 6k days, where k is a natural number. By what % should be the number of men be increased so that the work can be completed in 5k days? See, the question is about time and work. This question is related to time and work. And time and work ka last topic. Last 2 topics are like ki alternate days pe they are working and that MDH formula. These are 2 last topics of time and work. And UPSC has picked questions from the last topic. And here what happens? Time and work clubbed with % change concept. So 2 topics, time and work and % change. They have clubbed it and asked 1 question. See, we know ki what is MDH formula, total work done is equal to MDH. So we can write M1, D1, H1, M2, D2, H2. This way we can write. And if we have seen previous questions, like last year also this way question was framed about data sufficient hai ki nahi hai. So if we are having like 7 men, they are working for 7 days. The same work is done by 6 women for 6 days. So how we write total work done is equal to 7 men into 7 days. Hours is not provided, hours not provided here. So we'll write simply days. Hours ko will miss. This equal to 6 women are completing in 6 days. So total work done is same. This way we equate and we see ki what is the question. In this question, what is given? Total work done. A certain number of men, we can say ki M men can complete a work in how many days? 6k days. This is equal to by what % number of men be increased. So if we increase number of men, the increased number will be like M. N say the number is increased to M. Men will complete the same work in 5k days. The work is same. Total work done will also be same. So we can equate these two. What we are getting? This M say M cancelled, K say K cancelled. So this M, यहाँ पे M है तो यहाँ पे we write N. So M by N is equal to 5 by 6 or not. This is M is initial number of men and this is final number of men. So initial number we can write Initial number 5 and final number we can see is 6. What is the percent increase or percent change here? What is the percent change? Numbers. Percent change is, the formula is final value minus initial value divided by initial value. Without even writing this formula, we can say ki what is the percent change? 1 by 6 minus 5, 1 divided by initial value 5 into 100. What we are getting? 20%. We are getting 20%. Correct? The answer is this. This is the answer. Everyone is getting the idea? Then we can switch to next question. Whenever you feel ki I'm not getting this idea, just ask questions. See this? X, Y and Z can complete a piece of work individually in 6 hours, 8 hours and 8 hours respectively. 8 hours. 8 hours is missing here. However, only one person at a time can work in each hour and nobody can work for 2 consecutive hours. So first thing, time and work mein what we do? What is given? X can complete in 6 hours, Y can complete in 6 hours, Z 8 hours, Z can complete in 8 hours. So we take the LCM of it first. 6, 8, 8. What will be the LCM? 24. So we can say ki LCM is 24. So we can assume ki total work is of 24 units. If total work is of 24 units, we can calculate what is the efficiency of X, Y and Z. 6, 8, 8. So efficiency, that means work done per hour or work done per day. Here hours are given. So we'll calculate efficiency in terms of hours. Work done per hour. 6 hours में 24 तो 1 hour में 6 hours में 24 तो 1 hour में 4 units per hour. 24 units 8 hour में तो 1 hour में 3 units. 1 hour में 3 units. So X can complete 1 hour में how many units? 4 units. Y can complete in 1 hour में 3 units. Z can complete 1 hour में 3 units. So this we have calculated. Now it is asked कि only one person at a time can work in each hour. So like first hour में X is working or Y working or Z working. It cannot happen कि first hour में X and Y both are working. This is the literal meaning of it. And one more condition is there कि nobody can work for 2 consecutive hours. Like first hour में X has worked, so second hour में X cannot work, but third hour में X can work. For 2 consecutive hours, same person cannot work. Then it is given what is the minimum amount of time that they will take to finish the work. Minimum time they are asking. So minimum time में if you want to get the work completed, that means most efficient person को लगाना पड़ेगा. So most efficient person here is X. X or Y? Most efficient. Inefficient नहीं. Most efficient person, like 1 hour में one person is completing 4 units. है ना? That means X is the most efficient person. So X will complete. So XA will start the work because this person is the most efficient person. So X will complete how many units in the first hour? 4 units. Second hour में what will happen? X cannot work. अगर this 2 consecutive days वाली condition is not there, so what we can do? First hour में X, second hour में भी X, third hour में भी X, then we can say the total work is completed in minimum number of days if only X is working. But because of this condition, 2 consecutive hours. So second hour पे Y or Z can work. Why I am writing y or z? Because for both the efficiency is same. So we can take y or z. How many units? 3 units. Then third R mein what will happen? Again x can work. 4. Fourth R mein again y or z? 3. So first 2 R's mein how many units? 7 units. Second 2 R's mein again 7. Then first, second, third, 4, fifth, sixth mein what will happen? Again x will work. 4 units. 3 units. Total units are now 21. 21 units completed in how many hours? 6 hours. 6 hours mein 21 units are completed in most efficient way given the conditions. Then total units, we need to complete the whole work, 24 units. So how many units are left? 3. तभी मिला के 24. Correct? So total units 24. We need to complete 3 more units. After this, who will work? Seventh hour में again x will work. अगर x is working for 1 hour, x will complete 4 unit, but we need only 3 unit. So for x we can calculate कि these 3 units, it will take what time? For x, 4 units are completed in 1 hour, matlab 60 minutes. So 1 unit, 60 by 4, 15 minutes. So 3 unit, 15 into 3, 45 minutes. So 45 minutes में these 3 units will get completed, and we can say that the total work is complete. What time they took to complete this 24 units? 6 hours plus 45 minutes. 6 hours, 45 minutes. This will be our answer. So this is the last concept. Alternate days wala. Last year also 23 maybe the same type of question was asked, not same type. This condition was not there. And they were asking like, ki after how many days this will be completed and on which day it will get completed. 2 statements were there. But here 2 different conditions are given. Ek to minimum time, then consecutive days. So this way we can get answer. Then we can move on to the next question. And these 2 types we discussed in the classes also. See this question. How many consecutive zeros are there? At the end of the integer obtained in the product, this. How we get 1 0? If we get 5 and 2 ka 1 pair, 5 into 2 we get 10, 10 ka 0. At the end we are getting 1 0. So 5 and 2 ka 1 pair is there, that means we are getting 1 0 at the end. So here we need to see ki how many 5s are there and how many 2s are there. And we have seen this concept ki we need to check number of 5s and number of 2s. If number of 5s are less than number of 2s, we don't need to count number of 2s. We simply need to count number of 5s. So here we can say consecutive numbers are there 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 this way. But powers में 1 के power 2, 2 के power 4, 3 के power 6. This way also we can see कि 5 is coming at how many places? 5 is coming at 5 के power 10. Then 10 के power 20. 15 के power 30. 20 के power 40. 25 के power 50. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 places पे 5 is coming. But 2 is coming at 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, this way. So at so many places 2 is coming. So for sure number of 2's will be more than number of 5's. We only need to calculate number of 5's. So 5 के पार 10 में how many 5's are there? 5 multiplied 10 times 10. 10 के पार 20 में 20 times. 10 को we can write 5 into 2. 15 के पार 30. 15 को we can write 5 into 3. So 5 is coming 30 times. 20 के पार 40. 20 को we can write 5 into 4. 5 is coming 40 times. And 25 के पार 50 में how many times 5 is coming? 25 को we can write 5 into 5. 125 में 2 5's are coming. Total 50 25's are there. How many 5's? 100. If we take the sum, it is coming 200. That means number of 5's 200 and number of 2's more than 200. So how many pairs of 5 and 2 we can make? 200. So these many zeros will be there at the end. These many zeros will be there at the end. Answer will be 200. Answer will be 200. यहाँ पे मिस हुआ होगा I guess 25 के पार 50 में. If someone has written it is coming 50, तब problem हो सकती थी. But it is 200. Got it? So this question was, we can say, not simple. It was a difficult question. We need to see, check whether number of 5's are coming less than number of 2's. Then we need to count number of 5's. 2 step mein we are getting answer. See this question. We can say that this is a question of LR. है ना? But question is simple. We can check. How we can check? See what is given. On January 1st, a person saved rupee 1. On January 2nd, he saved 2 more than that on the previous day. 2 more than this, 3. Third, 2 more than that on the previous day, 5. Fourth, 7. Fifth, 9. Sixth, 11. Seventh, 13. Eighth, 15. Then 9th, 17. 7, 8, 9th. यहीं तक we need to write. If you're not getting answer, that means answer will be not possible. So we can check 7th को 13. What is given? At the end of which date his total savings. So we need to calculate on this 7th January, what is his total saving? 1 plus 3 plus 5 plus 7 plus 9 plus 11 plus 13. So this we can say is in arithmetic progression, because everywhere 2 ka difference is there, common difference 2 ka. So how we get the sum? Sum on 7th, terms are also 7, n by 2, first term plus last term. What we are getting? 7 by 2 into 14, 49. So this is the saving till 7th January, 49. 49 को we can write 7 into 7. 7 का square है, but it is written square as well as a perfect cube. Is 49 a cube of any number? No. That means this is not correct. Then 8th January, 15. So here the sum will be 8 terms, 8 by 2. First term plus last term, 15. What we are getting? 4 into 60. This is 64. total saving is 64. 64 को we can write 8 into 8, and also we can write 4 into 4 into 4. So 8 का square, 4 का cube. That means this is the number. 8th January 2023. This will be our answer. So we have calculated the sum. अगर ये नहीं भी आता है, if we don't know this formula, don't remember this formula, take the sum 1 plus 3 plus 5 plus 7 plus 9 plus 11 plus 13 plus 15. दूसरे वाले में तो just we need to add 15, है ना, यही करना था. So this way also we can get answer. We don't need to remember any formula also. We can get answer. Getting this idea? See this question. टू 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 के पार 333, 333 के पार 222 is divisible by which of the following numbers? This question seems difficult. It is a difficult question, we can say. So if this way a के पार p is given, first thing what comes to our mind कि we can calculate unit digits. We can calculate unit digits. If we take the first term के पार 333, what will be the unit digit for this term? So we can read this कि we need to calculate 2 के पार 333 में what unit digit we are getting, है ना? Only 2 से ही unit digit will come. 222 is multiplied 333 times. So unit digit will come by just multiplying 2 को 333 times. And we know that formula how we calculate. If a number is written a के पार p का form, so last 2 digits of the power, if we divide by 4, what remainder we are getting? Here remainder is 1. Second step में we calculate कि this number will have the same unit digit as 2 के पार, this remainder will have 2 के पार 1 में 2. That means for the first term unit digit is 2. The same way we can calculate second term 3 के पार 2. What will be the unit digit here? We can read 3 के पार 2. So first term, first step में we can calculate the remainder. Last 2 digits of the power को 4 से divide करा. What remainder we are getting? 2. Unit digit will be base 3 के पार this remainder 2. 9. So what will be the unit digit for this expression? First term plus second term. First term में unit digit we are getting 2. So first term will come this way, the product, plus second term number will come this way, unit digit 9. So resultant में what will be at unit place? 9 plus 2, 11 का 1. This way we'll get number, है ना? अब इसको तो ऐसे ही सम करते हैं ना, number will be this way 2, 9. If we take the sum 9 to 11, 1 will be carry over. But at unit place 1 will come. If at unit place 1 is coming, is this number divisible by 2? No. This number is not divisible by 2. We'll check with the options. 2, 2, ये लिख रहा है divisible. So these cannot be the option. We are left with B. We have applied rule of rejection. We have rejected 3 options. We got option B as a correct one. Correct? Very good question. See this? What percent of water must be mixed with honey so as to gain 20% by selling the mixture at the cost price of honey? This question we can solve with the help of allegation also. and just by applying the logic also. Suppose we are having 100 gram of or 100 unit of honey, for which the cost price is 100 rupee. Correct? So 1 unit का cost price 1 rupee. अगर 100 rupee cost price है, he needs to sell at 120, तभी he can gain 20% का profit. अब 120 rupee पे if he is selling, that must be the what? After getting 20% profit. So if 100 unit honey he is taking plus extra 20 units water, तभी तो 100 का this cost price will be 100 and 20 का profit. So what water we are adding? 20. 20 of 100, 20%. 20%. This way also simply we can apply the logic, we can get answer, or we can apply allegation method. Honey, water. Cost price 120, water की cost price is 0. This is the assumption we are making here कि water की cost price is 0. कहीं से टंकी से पानी उठाया और मिला दिया. So cost price of water is 0. Combined cost price, selling price, cost price, if we combine it, if we are making the mixture honey and water ka, if the combined की cost price is 100, then only we can say कि 20 का profit. 100 में बेच रहे हैं, cost price 20 है, then what will be this 20 and this is 100. 100 is to 20 के ratio में, that means 20% water we are mixing. But allegation लगाने की जरूरत नहीं है. Allegation में when we apply allegation, when mixture में what happens? We apply cost price. We apply cost price. Then we can apply allegation method. कि this honey का cost price is this water का cost price is this. Mixture we are making, उसका cost price is 100 rupee. तभी we are making 20% का profit. So this way we can understand. Otherwise we have this initial method कि भाई 100 gram है, 100 rupee है, 20 gram we are adding water, then only we can sell it at 120 rupee. We'll get 20% का profit. See this? What is the rightmost digit preceding the zeros? What is the rightmost digit preceding the zeros in the value of 30 के पार 30? How we can solve this question? This is a tricky question. 30 के पार 30. We can understand this by if I write 30 के पार 2. 30 के पार 2 if we write, so what will be the rightmost digit preceding the zeros? 30 के पार 2, simply we can say this is 900. So the digit will be 9. So basically rightmost non-zero digit they are asking. So 30 को we can write 3 into 10, 3 square into 10 का square. So these two zeros are coming from this 10 square, and unit digit of this 3 square is coming at the rightmost place. We can say it is 9. The same logic we can apply here. We can write 3 के पार 30 into 10 के पार 30. So all the zeros will come from here, 10 के पार 30, and unit digit of this 3 के पार 30 will be the rightmost non-zero digit. तो 3 के पार 30 की unit digit, first step में we can divide this 30 को 4 से, what remainder we are getting? 2. Remainder is 2. Second step में this number will have the same unit digit as 3 के पार 2. 3 के पार 2 is That means number will be this way, 30 zeros, and this way some other digits we can see. So answer will be 9. Answer will be 9. This also we discussed in the classes ki how we can calculate the rightmost non-zero digit. Then we have this question. 421 and 427. When divided by the same number, leave the remainder 1. This is also a previous year question. They have changed the numbers. 421 ko, if we divide by a number x, what remainder we are getting? 1. 427. If we divide the same number, what remainder we are getting? 1. So if we divide 420 ko x, 420 will completely divided by x or not? Because remainder is coming 1 here. 427 में से 1 subtract करा, what we are getting? 426 will be completely divisible by x. Yes, this we can say. We need to calculate what? Ki how many numbers can be used as the divisor in order to get the same remainder 1. So basically, first we need to check what can be the possible values of x. How we can get 420, 426 ko same number is dividing, and we are getting remainder 0. We can take HCF or not? We can take HCF. How we can take HCF? Conventional method. ऐसे करते थे स्कूल में. 1 remainder is 6, 420, that means HCF is 6. Simply we have applied the conventional method and we are getting answer. HCF कितना आ गया? 6. That means x की value can be 6. तो 6 को अगर 421 से we divide, we'll get remainder 1. 6 को if we divide 421 से, we'll get remainder 1. 6 is one such number. But what can be the other possibility? 6 के factors. If 420 is divisible by 6, so 420 will also be divisible by the factors of 6. Factors of 6 can be 1, 2, 3, 6. 2 भी होगा. 1, 2, 3, 6. So 6 के 4 factors are there. And these 4 factors 1, 2, 3, 6 will completely divide 420 and 426. But question में पूछ रहा है कि 421 और 427 को if we divide by these numbers we'll get remainder 1. So if we divide by 1, can we get remainder 1? That means this is not a possibility. But 421 को if we divide by 2, 3, 6 will get remainder 1. That means how many possibilities? 3. How many possibilities? 3. This way we can get answer. See this? Again same 2 questions on HCFs. A can X contain 399 liters of petrol and a can Y contains 532 liters of diesel. They are to be bottled in bottles of equal size so that the whole of petrol and diesel would be separately bottled. We can read the statements. The bottle capacity of the terms of in terms of liters is an integer. Here also we can sense that the bottle size will be smaller than these 2 numbers. है ना? Basically we need to calculate HCF first. So if we calculate HCF of 399 and 532, conventional method say if we calculate HCF, what HCF we are going to get? 399 and 532. What we are getting here? 3, 3, then 1, 399. HCF is 133. We can take factors also, but what I see in UPSC previous year questions, this way if we calculate HCF, this is a simple one. So HCF is 133. HCF is 133. So if we take 133 liters ki bottle, so 399 liters is completely filled in 3 bottles, and 532 liters of diesel is also completely filled. But what is the question? Ki how many different bottle sizes are possible? Again the same thing. If 133 say it is divisible, these two numbers, the factors of 133 say bhi the numbers will get divisible completely. So what can be the factors of 133? 2, 3, 7 से जा रहा है, 7, 1, 9. So 133 को we can write 19 into 7. 19 into 7. So how many factors we can have? First, to 1. Second, 7. Third, 19. And fourth, 133. 4 factors will be there. And also we know how we calculate number of factors. 133 ko we can write 19 into 7. Basically 19 ke power 1, 7 ke power 1. So number of factors will be 1 plus 1 into 1 plus 1. Power ko add kar diya, will get 4. This way also we are getting answer 4. So 4 will be our answer. Correct? So 2 same type of questions. Then see this. Consider the following statement in respect of the sum S is equal to x plus y plus z, where x, y, z are distinct prime numbers. So this question is from number system, classification of numbers. We need to know what are prime numbers. What are prime numbers? A number which is having 2 factors. One is 1, another is the number itself. So 2 factors hone chahiye. So prime numbers start from 2, 3, 5, 7, then 11. But in the question what is given? Ki where x, y, z are distinct prime numbers, each less than 10. So only these possibility we have, 2, 3, 5, 7. And we need to calculate sum. Sum is x plus y plus z. The unit digit of S can be 0. Can it be 0? Unit digit of S can be 0. So we can take different combinations. If we take the first 3, 2 plus 3 plus 5, what we are getting? 10. That means unit place pe we are getting 0. It is correct. If we take second statement, the unit digit of S can be 9. Ab S 9 निकालना है, 2 plus 3 plus 5, smallest 3 numbers we are taking, we are getting sum as 10. We cannot get sum 9. So we can seek for the possibility of 19. If 19 sum we are getting, we can say कि unit place पे 9 is coming. तो 19 कब आ सकता है? If we take the largest 3 numbers. Largest 3 numbers are 7 plus 5 plus 3. What we are getting? 15. We are getting 15. So we cannot get the sum key value beyond 50. So 9 is not coming. That means 9 is not a possibility. The third is that the unit digit of S can be 5. Yes, it can be 5. So this is correct. First and last is correct. First and third. This will be our answer. So we have prime numbers also, then we have unit digit. So they are clubbing these concepts. Yes? If all, then it is incorrect. Because we are getting 0 also, 5 also. So if it is written that the unit digit of S will always be 0, then that statement becomes incorrect because we are getting 5 also. See this question? Partnership. This is also part of ratios. So how we calculate this partnership? Basically profit is there. 2-3 persons are investing for some time. So their profits will also be shared in that ratio, in which they have invested for what time. So P and Q. P puts 14,000 more than Q. This is the value. And so Q will be investing P minus 14,000. Both are same thing. But P has invested for 8 months. P has invested for 8 months. And Q has invested for 10 months. So in what ratio their profits will be shared? What will be the ratio? निकालना किसकी वैल्यू है? What is the capital contributed by P? So P के terms में will write. So P has invested P amount, if we can consider this way also, or XY we can consider. So P has invested P amount if for how many months? 8 months. Divided by Q has invested what amount? P minus 14,000. In the same ratio, this is for 10 months. So in the same ratio, profits will also be shared. Total profit is 2,000. Total profit is 2,000. P ka share is 400. P ka share is 400 more than Q ka share. So we can write P plus Q. Key value 200, nahin 2000 hai, sorry, 2000. So P key value we can write 400 plus Q is 2000. So 2Q key value 1600, Q key value 800, or P key value 1200. Simply we can, without even writing this, we can get this idea कि 2000 का profit है and P share is 400 more than Q. इसका 1200 हो गया, इसका 800 हो गया. दोनों का sum is coming 2000. P is investing 1200, Q is investing 800. So P का profit share is, P is getting profit में share 1200. Q का share in the profit 800. Same ratio we have written. This is also same. P का profit, P का investment, Q का investment. P का profit, Q का profit. इसी ratio में they will be there. अब इसको simplify करना है, P की value निकालना है. Simple है. We can simplify it. What we are getting? 8P is equal to 15P minus 15 into 14,000. So what we are getting this value? 15P minus 8P, 7P. 7P is equal to what? 21,000. So P key value, simple, 30,000. We are getting the answer 30,000. तो ये पार्टनरशिप का क्वेश्चन है. पार्टनरशिप में सिंपली दिस आइडिया वी नीड टू नो कि हाउ प्रॉफिट आर शेयर्ड, इन विच दे हैव इन्वेस्टेड P has invested P amount for how many months? 8 months. Q has invested this much amount for how many months? 10 months. This into this divided by this into this. This ratio में the profit will get distributed among them. This is the central idea. बस इसको लगाया will get answer. समझ में नहीं आता कि अब 8 और 10 को क्या करें, इनका डिवाइड करें और मल्टीप्लाई करें. So basically the idea is this कि this amount P has been invested for 8 months. This amount is invested for 10 months. This way we need to understand. See this question? This is percentage wala question. Know where amount is given. P's salary is 20% lower than Q's salary. Q's salary, which is 20% lower than R's salary. By how much percent is R's salary more than P's salary? Which one's salary is the largest, the biggest amount? R. So we can assume R ki salary is 100 rupee. We can assume 1 lakh also. We can assume 10,000 also. Whatever the amount we can take, we can take. But the simple thing is, start with 100. Then Q's salary will be Q's salary, which is 20% lower than our salary. So 100 say 20% lower, that means 100 minus 20, 80 हो गया, 80 rupee. Then P's salary is 20% lower than Q's salary. So this will be Q से कितना कम है? 80 minus something, 20% से lower है. 20 by 100 of 80. So this will be 80 minus 16. 80 minus 16, what we are getting? 64. That means हमने निकाल ली तीनों की salary. What they are asking? कि by how much percent is R's salary more than P's salary? Basically percent change they are asking. So more than, less than के बाद whatever the amount is written, that is treated as initial value. So percent change here, final value is R पूछ रहा है, R salary 100 minus 64 divided by initial value P की salary 64 into 100. So what we are getting? 36 by 64 into 100. This will be coming around 50%, more than 50%. 56.25. इसको simplify करेंगे, we'll get that value. है ना? 56.25%. Clear? Simple था question. But exam hall में, pressure में, point में अगर decimal points में options are given, we feel कि यार calculation होगा इसमें बहुत ज़्यादा. So we tend to leave that question. A number is mistakenly divided by 4 instead of multiplying by 4. So we can assume any number because it is asked what is the percent change in the result due to this mistake. Percent change they are asking. We take any number, be it 4, be it 100, be it 500, be it 1000. Percent change की value तो percent में आएगी same. So we can assume any number. If we take, suppose we are taking 4 or 16, कुछ भी ले सकते हैं. So if I take 4, 4 में क्या करना था? मल्टीप्लाई करना था 4 से. Resultant value must come 16. But what happened? गलती से this number is divided by 4. This number 4 is divided by 4. What resultant value we are getting? 1. We are getting 1. So what is the percent change in the result due to this mistake? So result क्या आ रहा है? Result क्या आया? 1. Result आया 1. Final value. minus initial value divided by initial value 16. So what we are getting? Into 100, percentage निकालना है, minus 15 by 16 into 100. So what value we are getting? 90% से ऊपर आ जाएगा, 93.75. 93.75 will be the answer. We can put simply some values. 100 भी रख के we can get same answer. See this question? This is related to set theory. Set theory में भी the last concept is this, pass and fail वाला when we combine. Either we ask for pass student, either we ask for fail student. But the last variation is कि pass and fail both they are mixed and they are asking some question. So what is given here? In an examination, 80% of the student passed in English. English में suppose total student 80 है, total student 100 है, तो percentage निकालने में भी कोई problem नहीं है. Total student 100 है, out of 100, 80 are passed in English. तो failed in English 20. हिंदी में 70% student passed, 70 passed, तो failed in हिंदी 100 minus 70, 30. This we can calculate. Then it is given कि failed in both the subject, failed in both the subjects. How many? 15%, that means 15. So we can draw this way. This is for failed student, English, Hindi. This circle is for English, this circle is for Hindi. English में total failed student English में 20. Hindi में total failed student 30. So this circle is denoting 30. Then it is given failed in both the subject. English and Hindi, both the subject means 15 will be the common. English may be failed and Hindi may be failed. Then they are asking ki what is the percent of the student who failed in only one subject. So if I ask you, only English may failed student how many? Total 20 hai. Out of these 20, 15 are failed in both. So 20 minus 15, 5 are failed in English only. Total Hindi में 30, 30 में से 15 are failed in both. So Hindi only में failed 30 minus 15, 15. So what they are asking? Who failed in only one subject? Only one subject can be Hindi only and English only. तो Hindi only में this 15 and 5 मिला के total 20 students are failed in one subject only. 20 out of 100, 20%. 20% will be the answer. So this way we can calculate. See this question. 1 meter cube is 1000 liters. 1 metric ton is 1000 kilogram. ये दोनों में तो सही रहा होगा, but last वाले में I think confusion was there कि 1 hectare is equal to 10,000 meter का square. 1 acre is 100 meter का square. 1 hectare is 100 acre. 100 into 100, 10,000 meter का square. है ना, ज्योग्राफी में भी पढ़ते हैं, इकोनॉमी में पढ़ते हैं कि प्रोडक्टिविटी पर हेक्टेयर कितनी है ना. इन सम स्टेट इट इज मोर, इन सम स्टेट इट इज लेस. सो हेक्टेयर की वैल्यू वहाँ से वी नीड टू गेट कि व्हाट इज 1 हेक्टेयर. सो दिस इज दिस, ऑल द 3 आर करेक्ट. सी दिस क्वेश्चन. Let x be a 2-digit number. Let x be a 2-digit number and y be another 2-digit number formed by interchanging the digits of x. We have assumed AB, so that will be B, E. Place values के term में we can write correct? Then it is asked if x plus 5 is the greatest 2-digit number. What is greatest 2-digit number? 2-digit number start from 10 till 99. So greatest 2-digit number is 99. And it is said ki if x plus y will be this plus this. 10a plus a, 11a plus b. This is the sum of x plus y. We can write this in terms of place values. So this 11a plus b, this sum is equal to the largest 2-digit number. The largest 2-digit number is 99. 11 to 9. So a plus b is 9. A plus b is 9. And a and b are what? Single digits. They can take values 0 to 9 only. So we need to check for the possibilities. So a plus b 9. A की value I cannot put 0. Single digit हो जाएगा वो. X and y both are 2-digit numbers. So we can start with 1. If a is 1, so b will be 8, 2, 7, 3, 6, 4, 5, then 5, 4, 6, 3, 7, 2, 8, 1. Can we take 9? अगर 9 लेंगे तो ये 0 आ जाएगा b की वैल्यू, और x and y both are 2-digit numbers. तो y single digit हो जाएगा. We cannot take that possibility. So total कितने हो गए हमारे? 4 plus 4, 8. 8 से ज़्यादा तो है नहीं ऑप्शन में. So we don't need to bother कि यहाँ पे क्या हो रहा है. So we are getting answer as 8. 8. 4 pairs, 8 such numbers. See this question? This is also a tricky question, because what happens in the examination hall, we think ki how we can calculate what are the number of observations. Can we take these 4 women को number of observations? So यहाँ पे question आ रहा था, like weight of 6 boys is equal to weight of 7 girls, weight of 3 men, weight of 4 women. The average weight of the woman is 63 kg. So basically, if I ask you what is the average marks of this class, so if someone is saying ki 100 marks, so how I take this number 100? So I take this number as, if I pick any student, I can say ki this student has got 100 marks, correct? So basically 1 mark ka student is 100. This I am getting from this number, which is average. So here weight 6 boys, weight of 6 boys is equal to weight of 4 women. This is the thing we are given in the question. Then it is given कि one women का weight is 63 kg or average 63 kg. So 1 women का weight is 63, तो 4 का 63 into 4, and 1 boy का weight or average we need to calculate into how many boys are there? 6. So what will be this 1 boy का weight by 6? What we are getting? 42 kg. Or simply we can calculate this way कि 4 women are there, average is given 63, so total weight, the same thing we are doing also here also we are doing the same thing. 4 women ka average 63, so total weight of 4 women 63 into 4, same thing, and this weight is equal to 6 boys ka weight. So 6 boys ka weight is this much. Average will be total weight divided by number of observations, 6. We'll get the same answer, 42. See this question. Last year also the same pattern पे question was asked by UPSC. P plus Q plus R minus S this way. Same way UPSC has asked this year also. So we know different properties of odd and even number. Sum का property and product की property. कि odd plus odd, what we are going to get? Even number. Even plus even will get even number. And even plus odd will get odd number. The same with multiplication, odd into odd, odd number, even into even into odd will get even. तो अगर multiplication है उसमें one number we are getting even, we'll say कि that number is even. कुछ नहीं करना है उसमें. If we check the first statement, p minus r का square into q into s. Q is what? Odd. S is what? Even. So odd, this Q, S. Q is odd and S is even. So odd into even will get even. So this is even. Even number is multiplied by odd or even will get always even number. Will get always even number. The statement is correct. तो मल्टीप्लिकेशन में थोड़ा सा आसान हो जाता है कि वी गेट इवन नंबर. तो अगर मल्टीप्लाई कर रहे हैं वन नंबर वी गॉट कि इट इज इवन, विल से कि द रिजल्टेंट नंबर विल ऑल्सो बी इवन. इफ यू टेक द सेकेंड स्टेटमेंट, q माइनस एस, तो q माइनस एस, दिस इज ऑड इवन. ऑड प्लस इवन, ऑड नंबर. देन q स्क्वायर इंटू एस. S क्या है? Even. Everywhere multiplication, even into odd or even will get even number. Only एक even identify करा multiplication में, we can say the whole product will be even. Then this value, q plus r का square, q plus r. Odd plus even will get odd, and odd into odd, odd square is basically odd into odd, so this will also be odd. Odd का square भी odd होगा, odd into odd. Then p plus s, p plus s, odd plus even will get odd. Odd into odd will get odd always. This is also correct. Based on previous year question, all the options are correct. See this question. What is the number of fives used in numbering a 260 page book? अब 260 page book है, so numbering will start from this way till 260. And this is the listing of numbers वाला topic. We need to list numbers and we need to find out कि how many fives are coming, how many twos are coming, how many eights are coming. This way questions are framed. So what we can do, we can make sections like 1 to 100. How many numbers are there where we can get 5? अब इसमें ये नहीं लिखा है कि 5s are coming at unit place or 10th place or 100th place. Only flatly it is written कि number of 5s. So first we can check for unit digit कि unit digit पे 5 is coming, how many such numbers are there. So we can start with 5, 15, 25, then बीच में 55 till 95. Total such numbers where 5 is coming at unit place 10. Count कर लिया हमने, 10 आ गया. Then we can go for 10th place पे how many times 5 is coming. तो we can start with 50. 10th place पे 50 से ही शुरू होगा, 51, 52 till 59. 55 वाला 15 तो we have already calculated here, unit place वाला. Only we are looking for 10th place. So how many? Again So total मिला के 20. So 1 to 100 तक how many 5s are used? 20 5s. Yes? कहाँ पे? ये 5 से 50 से शुरू हो रहा है ना. 1 काउंट करो, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59. What I said कि 55 वाला यूनिट डिजिट पे 5 वी हैव ऑलरेडी कैलकुलेटेड हियर. यूनिट वाला तो वी हैव ऑलरेडी कैलकुलेटेड है ना, 2 5 है. ओनली वी आर ये 55 का जो भी 10th प्लेस पे 5 है, दैट 5 वी आर काउंटिंग हियर. 20 आ जाए तो 0 to 100 में 20, 100 to 200 में द सेम थिंग विल गेट रिप्लिकेटेड 20, और 200 to 300 में भी 25 विल बी यूज्ड. टोटल 20 plus 20 plus 20 कितना हो गया? 60. बट व्हाट इज आस्क्ड? नंबरिंग है 260 पेज. तो ये जानबूझ के 260 पे दे हैव स्टॉप्ड कि उसमें 10th प्लेस वाला 5 विल ऑल्सो कम. सो व्हाट वी कैन डू, टोटल वी नो कि 60 काउंट कर लिया, कहाँ तक? टिल 300. वी नीड टू सब्सट्रैक्ट सम 5s. कौन से 5s होंगे वो? 60 के बाद 65 वाला, 75, 85, 95. 4 5s we need to subtract. 4. Answer is 56. Answer is 56. और simply 200 के बाद we can count कि 205, 215, 225, 235, 245, 255 यूनिट प्लेस वाला. Then we can count दो 250 10th प्लेस वाला 5, 250, 251, 252 दिस वे विल गेट 10 यहाँ से मिलेगा, 6 यहाँ से मिलेगा, 40 plus 10 plus 6 56. both way we can count these numbers. तो ऐसे question if we have done previously, then only in the examination we can proceed with this way. Otherwise we can miss on any number like that 55 वाला कि we have calculated unit place वाला and 10th place वाला भी. So we can miss on these things. So we need to practice them. Then see this. A person buys 3 articles. A person buys 3 articles, P, Q and R for 3330, 3,330 rupee. Correct? If P cost 25% more than R and R cost 20% more than Q, then what is the cost of P? So this is also basically percentage based question. So 3 articles. This is 3330. Then we have P costs 25% more than R. That means R plus 25%, 25 by 100 R. So we can write this is R plus 1 by 4 R, or we can write 5 by 4 R. This way we can write. Then R cost 20% more than Q, 20% more than Q. So what we are getting? 6 by 5 Q. We have got this. Now what is asked? Then what is the cost of P? P plus Q plus R. So we can write P key value in terms of R. P key value 5 by 4 R plus Q key value in terms of R. P key value we have written in terms of R, 5 by 4 R. Then Q key value we can write in terms of R. R is equal to 6 by 5 Q. So Q key value will be 5 by 6. 5 by 6 R plus R is equal to 3330. Now we can calculate R key value. If R key value we can calculate P key value. Very simple. So what we are getting here? 12, 15 R plus 10 R plus 12 R is equal to this much. This is 37 R by 12 is equal to 3330. अब R की वैल्यू आ जाएगी 37 9 से जाएगा, है ना? So R की वैल्यू वी आर गेटिंग 90 into 12. निकालना क्या है? P की वैल्यू. P की वैल्यू इज 5/4 R. 5/4 into R. What we are getting? 1350. 15 into 9 1350. So calculation based question था. इसमें if we have written this percentage का application था, more than, less than. We need to understand if more than है how we can add, if less than how we can subtract, and in terms of percentage what amount we are getting. Answer is this. तो this is we can say कि simple question. ये इसको बोल सकते हैं कि simple question है. See this? This is a difficult question. This is a difficult question. If we are sitting in the examination hall, this way ideas cannot come. Like what is written here, sum of the two digits A, B, C, D. If we are taking the sum, two digit number, E, C, 1, where the letters A, B, C, D, E denote distinct digits. They cannot be same, distinct digits. And then what is the value of A? What is the value of A? This we need to calculate. One thing can happen, this A, B, C, D, E can take values 0 to 9, है ना? But A cannot take value 0, single digit हो जाएगा, correct? C cannot take value 0, this will also be a single digit number. These are the condition, two digit number है तो. B plus D is equal to E. There are several possibilities. B plus D is equal to E. But उस possibility में one thing can be, at one go we are not getting any carry, है ना? This is like 5 plus 3, 8. No carry is there, 0. So A plus C, we are getting C. When it can happen? A plus C, we are getting 1 है तो something we are getting more than 10. When it can happen? A की value if I put 0 I cannot put. अगर 0 रखता तो C आ जाता सिर्फ. If I put 1 plus 1 we cannot put. 1 plus 2 we are getting 3. ये दोनों C है, हो नहीं सकता. 1 plus 3 4, 1 plus 5 6. So we cannot get any value जहाँ पे this and this becomes same. That means this can happen only when carry is 1. 1 is carry over here. A की value if I take like 9, 8, 7. अगर यहाँ पे A की value 0 is there, 0 plus C. C we can get. But A की value 0 we cannot take. 0 is not a possibility. So we can go beyond 0. What can be the possibility if carryover is 1 और यहाँ पे तो आए 0? Only possibility is 9. If we take 9, A की value 9 plus 1 10, 10 plus C, हम ऐसे करेंगे, यहाँ पे 10 आ गया plus C, यहाँ पे C आ जाएगा, यहाँ पे 1 आ जाएगा. Only one possibility. We can put A की value 8. 8 plus 1 9 हो ही नहीं सकता. 7 plus 1 8 हो ही नहीं सकता. Only one possibility we have, that is 9. So this is a tricky question in the examination hall. We cannot think that efficiently, but अगर strike कर गया we can get answer. Strike करेगा तो मिल सकता है आंसर. तो यही दो conditions थी कि one कि carry over 0, we are not getting any value. If carry over is 1, then we are getting just one value, that is 9. See this question? How many triplets are there? The same question was asked in 20 or 21. Same type of question. Same type of question. उसमें लिखा था सिर्फ कि x, y, z are natural numbers and x plus y plus z is equal to 6 something they have given. So how many triplets we can form? And here they have given one more condition in it. कि there are 7 natural numbers. So we can write natural numbers start from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. These are first 7 natural numbers. Then it is given x, y, z. 3 are selected out of them such that x greater than 2y greater than 3z. The smallest number here is z. The smallest number is z. So z की possibility क्या हो सकती है? Smallest number 1 we can take. Smallest number z 1 we can take. If 1 we can take, what can be the y key value? If y key value we take 2. 3z, 3 into 1, 3. 2y, 2 into 2, 4. 4 is greater than 3, that means correctly we have taken. X key value, 4 से बड़ी, 5. We cannot take x key value 3 here, because 3 is less than 2y. So we can take only 5. Then if we take this one, इसको 2, 5 के अलावा what number we can take? 6. Then we can take 7 also. After then z की value 1, we can change y की value. If we change y की value 2 के बाद, we can take 3. So 3z 3, 2y 6. 6 से बड़ी value we need to take for x, that is 7. After then, if I take 1, 7 के बाद तो ले नहीं सकते. If we take 4, y के लिए फिर 4 possibility बनेगी next line में. But 4 into 2, 8. We are here numbers only till 7. So we cannot take this possibility. So if we go beyond this, we cannot get any such possibilities. How many possibilities are there? 4. 4 such. अच्छा 4 triplets है ही, उसके बाद निकालने की भी जरूरत नहीं है. We have 4 triplets. 4 triplets का मतलब कि x, y, z की different values. 4 different values for x, y, z we are getting. This question we can say कि LR का question है, but we'll see quickly. The total cost of 4 oranges, 6 mangoes and 8 apples is equal to toys, 1 orange A plus 2 mango plus 5 apples. यही दिया हुआ है. We can further, if this way some information is given, first we can simplify it. Let's see what we are getting. 4a this, 2a plus 4b plus 10c. If we simplify 4a minus 2a, we are getting 3a, and then 6b minus 4b, sorry 2a यहाँ पे आएगा ना, 4a minus 2a, 2a आएगा, 6b minus 4b, 2b is equal to 10c minus 8c, we are getting 2c. 2 common लेंगे, will get a plus b is equal to c. What does that mean? कि 1 orange का price plus 1 mango का price is equal to 1 apple का price. This information we have get from this question की information. Then we'll check for the first statement, is it correct or not. The cost of 3 oranges plus 5 mangoes plus 9 apples is equal to total cost of 4 orange, 6 mango plus 8 apple. If we simplify it, what we are getting? A, this A will come this side, A, plus this B will come this side, B, this 8 will come this side, C. So here also we are getting the same thing. That means कि 1 orange and 1 mango ka price is equal to 1 apple ka price, which we have got from the information given initially. That means this statement is correct. Then we can check for the second statement. The total cost of 1 orange, 1 mango is equal to the cost of this we have already calculated. So this is also correct answer. ठीक है, this was also we can say कि a simple question, but यहाँ पे थोड़ी सी प्रॉब्लम हो सकती थी कि how we can justify कि this is a correct statement. This question 32 के पावर 5 plus 2 के पावर 27 is divisible by, ये क्या होगा? 32 के पावर 5 plus 2 के पावर 27 is divisible by 3, 7, 10, 11. So UPSC has provided one hint, 10 is there. So we can calculate first thing कि what can be the unit digit here. So for the first 32 के पावर 5, what will be the unit digit? Basically we can read this is 2 के पावर 5, 2 के पावर 5 में unit digit 2 के पावर 1, that is 2. वैसे भी 2 के पावर 5 is 32, 2 is coming at unit place. Then 2 के पावर 77, what will be the unit digit here? 77 को we can divide by 4. What remainder we are getting? 1. Remainder is 1. अच्छा 27 है, sorry. ये और आसान है. 27. So remainder here will be 3. Remainder will be 3. अब यहाँ पे unit digit is 2. This way. Plus second term में unit digit is coming 2 के पार. This is 2 के पार 27. We are getting remainder 3. So what will be the unit digit? 2 के पार 3 में what unit digit we are getting? 8. So 8 plus 2, unit place पे 0 will come. This will be the resultant number. If unit place पे 0 is there, this number is completely divisible by 10. So just by getting कि what is coming at unit place, we are getting answer. And we have applied the divisibility rule of 10. What is this rule? कि unit place पे we are getting 0. 100 होता तो last 2 places पे 0. See this question? So we need to understand the language of the question. Let P, Q be positive integers satisfying P less than Q. So this information is given कि P is less than Q. And P and Q are what? Positive integers. So positive integers start from 1. Positive integers में 0 is not included. So classification of numbers हमारा clear होना चाहिए. Positive integers, negative integers and 0. 3 categories are there in integers. So positive integers will start from 1. And P plus Q, P plus Q is key. What is the smallest value of key that does not determine P and Q uniquely? So what is the smallest value of key? K की value is given in the options. 3, 4, 5, 6 में से किस value पे we are getting P and Q की more than one values? Uniquely का मतलब यही है कि P and Q, P की one value we are getting and Q की one value we are getting. If we are getting more than one value, that means we are not getting P and Q की value uniquely. So if we take K की value 3 option से, so what can be the possibility for P and Q? Can we get P and Q की value uniquely? P की value can be 1, Q की 2. Do we have any other possibility for P and Q? If the sum is coming 3, और ये भी है P less than Q. So we are getting 3 पे P और Q की unique values we are getting. Second option है 4. 4 we can get this way, 1 plus 3. Do we have any other possibility other than this? We can take 2 plus 2 also, 2 plus 2, 4, but this condition, P must be less than Q. So we are getting P and Q की unique values. If we take 5, 1 plus 4, 2 plus 3. This is also less than this is also less than this, and we are getting value as 5. So P की 2 values we are getting, Q की 2 values. We are not getting unique values. So smallest such number is 5. 5 ये किसकी वैल्यू है? K की वैल्यू है, और यही लिखा है ऑप्शन में. So answer will be 5. At 5 we are getting more than one values. Then see this. Data sufficient है कि नहीं है, इस पे भी UPSC is asking so many questions. और ये होते हैं थोड़े से difficult. What are the values of M and N? Where M and N are natural numbers. So natural numbers will start from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This. If we take the first statement, M plus N greater than M N, and M is greater than N. M is greater than N. So when this can happen? M and N both are natural numbers. When can this happen? If we take like 3 या 2 भी ले सकते हैं. If I take M की वैल्यू 2 plus 1, यहाँ पे क्या आ रहा है? 2 into 1. 2 plus 1, 3. 3 is greater than 2. Then 3 plus 1, 4. 4 is greater than 3 into 1, 3. So many possibilities we can have. So if we take statement 1 की information, which is M plus N greater than Mn, the first possibility for Mn, 2, 1. Second possibility can be 3 plus 1, 3 into 1. 4 is greater than 3. We can get 4 plus 1, 4 into 1. 5 is greater than 4. So we are getting so many possibilities. So we are not getting the values of M and N uniquely. Correct? M and N की so many values we are getting. तो M और N की values तो नहीं निकल के आ रही हैं. That means first statement cannot provide us the answer. If we take the second statement, the product of M into N is 24. Can we get M N की value? 8 into 3 है ना, 6 into 4. So we can get so many possibility कि 24 into 1, 12 into 2, 6 into 4, 8 into 3. So many possibilities we can. These are basically M and N की value. M की value 24, N की 1. Then also we are getting M into 1, 24. M की value 12, N की 2, 12 into 2 again 24. 6 m key value into 4 n key value again 24. M key value 8 into n key value 3, again we are getting 24. So from statement 2 also we are not getting m or n key exact values. We are getting so many values. Statement 2 se bhi we cannot get answer. Then last option, we club the information. If we club these two informations, can we get answer m n key value? How? If the product of m and n is 24, and m plus n must be greater than m n, and m is greater than n. So from here we are getting 4-5 possibilities. Usme only one possibility is fulfilling this condition, first statement ki. What is that? M plus n greater than mn. 24 into 1, sorry, m plus n, 24 plus 1, 24 into 1. So m plus n is greater than m into n, and m is greater than n. Only this possibility we are getting दोनों statement को लेने पे. If we take 12 into 2, like m की value 12, n की value 2, what we are getting? 12 plus 2, 12 into 2, 14 is less than 24. This cannot be a possibility. Only one possibility we are getting for m and n, that is 24 and 1. So if we are clubbing these two informations, we are getting answer. So what will be the answer for this question? This can be answered by using both the statements together. Answer will be C. See this? So this is set A. So set A में after 45-50 we can see कि this data sufficiency वाले questions are coming. Like one page में only 2 questions. What is the time required to download the software? The size of the software is 12 megabytes. The transfer rate is 2.4 kilobytes per second. So the question is, what is the time required to download this software? So we know rate, and we know ki what distance we need to cover. Basically time, speed, distance. So what time it will take? कितनी distance cover करनी है और कितना rate है और speed है. This way we can get answer. But अब science वाले engineering graduates they can ask कि transfer rate दिया है यहाँ पे देना चाहिए था download rate, है ना? Why it is transfer rate? Transfer में तो uploading, downloading सब आ जाता है. But this is CSAT maths का paper, not science का paper. So we can assume कि okay, this is the transfer rate with which we can download data. Correct? So if we take the first statement, we don't know what is the rate, we cannot get the answer for time. But if we club these two informations, we can get answer. We can get answer. Answer will be using both the statement, we can get answer. We don't need to calculate what is the exact answer. Just we need to check whether we can get or not. Yes, we can get. So using both the statements. Then this question. What are the unique values of x and y? Where x, y are distinct natural numbers. Natural numbers 1, 2, 3, 4. Whenever this way prime numbers, natural numbers, integers they are asking, just list down the numbers. They are distinct. Then the first statement is x by y is odd. X by y is odd. So can we get x and y की distinct value? Unique value? Natural numbers. Odd का मतलब it must come 3, it must come 5, 7, this way it must come. So x की value if I take 3, y की 1. What we are getting? 3 odd number. If I take x की value 6, y की 2, then also we are getting odd number. So x, y की different values we can get if we apply this information. That means we are not getting unique values. We are getting so many values of x. So this statement, say we cannot get answer. Second statement, x into y is equal to 12. X into y is equal to 12. So x key and y key value is this way we can write कि x into y 12 into 1, x y can be 6 into 2 तब भी 12, 4 into 3 तब भी 12. That means more than one values we are getting for x and y. We are not getting unique values. That means this statement is also not providing us the answer. Then the next step is if we can club these two informations. अगर club करेंगे तो can we get answer? How? X by y is odd. That means if we take this 12 by 1, 12 is not, 12 is even number. 6 by 2, we are getting 3. 3 is odd number. So there is a possibility कि x की value 6, y की 2. 4, 3, 4 by 3. We are getting decimals में, that cannot be defined. क्योंकि odd number, even number we take as a subset of natural numbers, or we can say sometimes of integers. But fraction के बारे में we don't say it is odd or even. So only possibility we are getting, that is this. So if we club these two informations, we can get answer. तो answer क्या हो जाएगा इसका? By using both the statements. So इसमें statement वाले में so many answers we can see कि we are getting C. If using both the statements, we are getting answer. We'll check for this. See, this is also we can say कि this is LR का question, but simply briefly we can check. A certain amount was distributed, and this way number system में भी UPSC is asking question this way कि greatest number, largest number, smallest fractions. This way UPSC is asking questions. In last 5-6 years, every year 1, 2, 3 questions this way. So a certain amount was distributed among X, Y, Z. Who received the least amount? X received 4 by 5 of Y and Z. And with this, can we get this information? Ki who is getting least? We cannot get this information. Second information में Y received 2 by 7 of what? X and Z together they received. इस information से भी we cannot get answer. But if we club these two statement की information, can we get it answer? We can see here कि 3 variables are there and we are getting 2 equation. So if this way the condition is there, we can say कि we cannot calculate the exact values of X, Y and Z. Exact values we cannot calculate. But what relation we can have between X, Y and Z, we can calculate that. Relation we can calculate. How we can calculate? First statement से, first statement की information से, like we can write this way, this is 5x is equal to 4y plus 4z. Second statement say what we are getting? 7y is equal to 2x plus 2z. With the help of these two equations, what we can do? We can cancel out z. How? यहाँ पे multiply कर दिया 2 से. So what we'll get? 14y is equal to 4x plus 4z. First में है 5x, 4y plus 4z. If we subtract z तो cancel out हो जाएगा. What will get? 5x minus 14y is equal to 4y minus 4x. So here what we are getting? X and y में one relation. X and y में one relation we are getting. So we can say कि which one is smaller, which one is bigger. The same way, third step में x y में निकाल लिया, जो भी छोटा आएगा x और y, if y is coming smaller, तो y and z में we can get relation the same way. x को cancel out कर दो, will get one relation between y and z. And finally we can say कि who got the least amount. So we can see this. We'll get answer by using both the statements. See this? Averages wala question. In this question, it is given कि two statements, if the average marks in a class are 60, then what is the number of student in the class? How we calculate averages? Total marks, in this case, divided by total number of students. This way we calculate averages. What is asked? If the average marks 60 hai, then what is the number of student? We need to calculate this n key value. N key value will be calculated this way, total marks divided by average is given kitna hai? 60. So we need to get this total marks की value, then only we can calculate total numbers. हमें चाहिए total marks. So statement 1, the highest marks in the class 70, lowest 50. इससे can we get total marks? No. Exclusion of highest and lowest marks from the class does not change the average. इससे can we get total? No. Total marks we cannot get with this information. So if we club these two information, then also can we see some sense कि can we get this total marks? No. That means we cannot get answer. एक आया answer ऐसा कि even by using both the statements together we cannot get the answer. है ना? And we can see कि every year UPSC has asked this way questions. ये marks वाला कि class A, class B में they are moving 4 students from here and there. What will be the change in the average score? Or average score will increase or decrease. This way, last 3-4 year में same questions are getting repeated with different informations. See this question? This is a difficult one, we can say. There are 3 distinct prime numbers whose sum is a prime number. So prime numbers start from 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, कहाँ तक है? 13. Then 17, 19, 23. अच्छा, their sum, इसमें this information is given. What are these 3 numbers? Their sum less than 23. The first thing is कि 3 numbers, 3 prime numbers का we are taking sum, and that sum is coming prime number. That sum is coming prime number. And these 3 numbers we can take from prime numbers का set. First statement में it is given their sum is less than 23. Their sum is less than 23. So we can go for different possibilities. Prime numbers or odd numbers also, but leaving 2. 2 is an even prime number. Beyond 2, all the prime numbers are odd numbers. So this sum will be more than 2. है ना? 3 numbers का sum लेना है. So if we start with 2, if we start with 2 possibility कि 2 plus 3 plus 5, or 2 plus 5 plus 7, or 2 plus 7 plus 11, 2 plus 11 plus 13. Every time what we are going to get? Even number. Why? 2 is even number, plus last 2 will be odd numbers. Odd plus odd, even, even plus even, finally even number आ जाएगा. But question में लिखा है कि sum must be prime number. So 2 के साथ possibility we cannot take. 2 के साथ possibility we cannot take. क्योंकि क्या हो रहा है? 2 plus 3 plus 5 करके भी देखा हमने. We are getting 10. 10 is even number. फिर देखा 2 देखा, फिर समझ में आ गया नहीं नहीं 2 के साथ तो नहीं चलेगा, वी कैन स्टार्ट विथ 3. इफ वी स्टार्ट विथ 3 plus 5 plus 7, what we are getting? 15. This is not a possibility for x, y, z. Then 3 plus 7 plus 11. अगर ऐसे करा, या फिर what we are getting? 21. और 3 plus 5 plus 11 करा, what we are getting? 19. So one possibility we have got. Then we can check for further possibility. 3 plus 5 plus 7 kara, 3 plus 5 plus 11, 3 plus 5 plus 13. What we are getting? यहाँ पे 21. Then 3 plus 5 plus 17. We are getting value more than 23. First statement. First statement की information से ही we are moving. We are getting more than 23. It is not a possibility. So if we take 3 plus 5 plus 19, ये भी 23 के ऊपर जाएगा. We cannot take. So 3 वाला we have checked for all the possibilities. Then we can start with 5. 5 plus 7 plus 11. What we are getting? 23. It cannot be a possibility. Then 5 plus 7 plus 13. This is also more than 23. This cannot be the possibility. If we take further 17, 19, this will also be more than 23. The same way with this 7, 11, 13. This will be more than 23. 7, 11, 17. This always be more than 23. So beyond this, every time if we are taking sum of 3 numbers, we are getting sum more than 23. So only one possibility we have got, that is this. When sum of 3 prime numbers we are getting as prime numbers. So statement 1 से we are getting answer. But difficult था ये, because we need to check for different possibilities. Then we need to establish this कि भाई 7, 11, 13 इसके beyond if we are going to get sum more than 23. We cannot get any possibility beyond that. Only one possibility we are getting. इसमें भी अब एग्जामिनेशन हॉल में विल थिंक कि नहीं यार हो सकता है कहीं पे आई हैव मिस्ड, तो ऐसे क्वेश्चन वी कैन सिंपली स्किप. ऐसे क्वेश्चन को स्किप करना है. सो फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट से वी आर गेटिंग आंसर. देन सेकंड स्टेटमेंट, वन ऑफ द नंबर्स इज 5. वन ऑफ द नंबर्स इज 5. तो 5 प्लस 7 plus what, so that we can get 19. 5 plus 7, 12. 12 plus 4 also we can add. 12 plus 5, sorry 5 तो सेम हो जाएगा. तो कितना करा, 7, 5, 12. 12 7 कर लेते हैं, 7 भी सेम हो जाएगा. फिर 12 के बाद 13 भी तो है हमारा, लेकिन 1 इज नॉट अ प्राइम नंबर. सो वन ऑफ द नंबर्स इज 5. सो मेनी पॉसिबिलिटी वी कैन हैव. चलो 5, 7 लिया हमने, तो क्या पॉसिबिलिटी हो सकती है? 23 बना दो इसको. 23 इज ऑल्सो प्राइम नंबर. इसमें तो कुछ नहीं है, सम इज लेस देन 23. सम कैन बी एनी नंबर. तो 7 plus 5, 12. 12 plus what we can get 23? 11. 11 we are getting 23. 5 है, 5 plus we can write, if we write 5 plus 3, 5 plus 3 8. 8 में what we add so that we can get a prime number, sum. 11 जोड़ दिया तब भी आ रहा है 23. So if 5 is fixed, we can get so many possibilities for x, y, z. 13 भी ला सकते हैं, 17 भी ला सकते हैं, 23 भी ला सकते हैं. Then we have 29 also. We have 29 also. After that, we have so many prime numbers. कोई limitation नहीं है. So one of the number is 5, we cannot get unique prime numbers for x, y, z. So many values we can get. So statement 2 say we cannot get answer. So statement 1 say we are getting answer. So what can be the answer? The question can be answered by using one of the statement alone, but cannot be answered using the other statement alone. This will be the answer. Statement 1 से एक possibility आ रही है, statement 2 से एक से ज़्यादा possibility निकालना है बस. 2 possibilities we are getting, वहीं पे we need to stop. See this? Is x plus y an integer? ऐसे भी क्वेश्चन यूपीएससी ने लास्ट ईयर में पूछा है. सो हियर आंसर कैन बी यस और नो. प्रीवियस ईयर क्वेश्चंस डिस्कशन में वी हैव डिस्कस्ड दीज टाइप ऑफ क्वेश्चंस. ये थोड़े से होते हैं डिफिकल्ट क्वेश्चंस. यस और नो, डेफिनेट यस और नो, वी नीड टू चेक. इज x plus y an integer? First statement is 2x plus y is an integer. x और y की अगर integer value we take, every time we'll get some integer. But x, y की value if we take in fractions, अगर fractions में लें x और y की value, तब भी integer आ सकता है. x की value if I take 3/2, x की वैल्यू 3/2, तब क्या हो जाएगा? 2 से कैंसिल हो जाएगा, आ जाएगा 3. और y की वैल्यू ले लें 1/2. लेकिन ये सम तो इंटीजर आ रहा है ना, सम इंटीजर आ रहा है, तो कुछ भी जैसे क्या ले सकते हैं, 2 इंटू एक्स की वैल्यू हमने लिया 0.2 प्लस y की वैल्यू क्या लिया 0.6. What we are getting? 1. 2 into 2, 0.4, 0.6, we are getting 1. 1 is integer. और x और y की वैल्यू कितना है? x plus y, 0.2 plus 0.6, what we are getting? 0.8. So in one case we are getting x plus y integer. In another case we are getting x plus y non-integer. So with the help of this we cannot get answer. Then same thing will apply for this also, x plus 2y. Same values we can take. Even if we club these two informations, तो क्या हो जाएगा? 2x plus y, x plus 2y, ये भी इंटीजर, ये भी इंटीजर, तो 3x plus 3y is equal to integer. तो x plus y will be that integer value by 3. अगर ये इंटीजर 3 का मल्टीपल होगा सम, जैसे इंटीजर आया 6 by 3, 2, x plus y is coming integer. This sum is coming 2. So x plus y will be coming non-integer. So even if we club these two informations, we cannot say कि x plus y is an integer or not. We cannot say. We are not getting definite answer. हमें integer भी मिल रहा है, non-integer भी मिल रहा है, fraction भी मिल रहा है. So we cannot reaching to a definite answer. That means we cannot get answer with the help of these two statements. Correct? Answer क्या हो जाएगा? Cannot be answered. So this question we can skip. In this paper, this type of question we can skip. क्योंकि इस क्वेश्चन में you will start thinking कि यार x की वैल्यू if I put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 इंटीजर तो आ ही रहा है. That means we are getting answer. But कहाँ लिखा है कि x and y are natural numbers or integers. They can be fractions also. तो यहीं से we can say कि there are different possibilities. We can get different values, be it integer, be it a fraction. See this? 3 articles, P plus Q plus R. कितने में खरीदा? 50 रुपये में. 3 articles at 50 रुपये. The price of the article Q is what? 16 rupee, which is the least. That means P and R की value is more than 16. This is the information we are getting from this information, which is least. Then the question is, what is the price of the article P? What is the price of article P? So statement 1 is given, the cost of P is not more than that of R. The cost of P is not more than that of R. अगर more नहीं है तो फिर less than or equal to है, less than or equal to R, है ना? This way we can write P is not more than that of R. P R से ज़्यादा नहीं है. So what possibility we are left with? P can be less than or equal to also. Correct. So if Q की value is 16, तो P plus R की value will be 50 minus 36, 50 minus 16, कितना हो जाएगा? 34. P plus R is 34. So first statements में first statement की information से can we get P की value? P plus R is equal to 34. So P can be 17. Q also can be 17. Do we have any other possibility? P less than equal to R. Equal to वाला तो we are getting. Are we getting some different value also? P less than. अब 16 से तो छोटा नहीं होना चाहिए. So we can take, like, if I take 16.5 plus 17.5, what we are getting? 34. And P is less than equal to R also. P is not more than that of R. So we are getting two values. 16.5 भी मिल रहा है, 17 भी मिल रहा है. Two values we are getting. So we cannot say with the help of statement 1 we are getting answer. अगर ये 16.5 वाला नहीं सोचा होता तो फिर लगता कि यार statement 1 से भी we are getting answer, है ना? We are getting answer. The cost of sorry. The cost of R is not more than that of P. R is not more than that of P. What possibility are left? R is less than equal to P. यही लिखा है ना? R is not more than that of P. मतलब R is not more than that of P. अगर ये नहीं है तो क्या है? R is less than equal to P है ना? यही बचेगा. So second statement की information से फिर यही आ जाएगा ऐसे ही. 17 वाला भी आएगा, then this value will come also. So second statement से भी we are not getting answer. But if we club these two statement की information, क्या है? P is less than equal to R and R is less than equal to P. If we are clubbing these two informations, what we are getting? कि R is equal to P. अब R is not more than that of P. P is not more than that of R. कि मैं आपसे बड़ा नहीं हूँ, आप बोलोगे कि मैं आपसे बड़ा नहीं हूँ. What does that mean? कि we both are same. R is equal to P. So if we club these two information, R is equal to P, 17. So we are getting value. So by combining these two informations, using both the statements together, we are getting answer. Correct? है ना? मिल रहा है? The question can be answered by using both the statements together, but cannot be answered using the statement alone. क्योंकि पूछ रहा है what is the price of article P. A price of P cannot be 2 or 3. It can be 1 only. Then we have this. This is also, we can say कि LR में भी we can solve this question. Sorry. P, Q, R, S appeared in a test. Has P scored more than Q? Then the statement 1 is the sum of the marks scored by P and Q is equal to sum of the marks scored by R and S. कैन वी गेट दिस इंफॉर्मेशन कि P इज ग्रेटर देन, P को तो Q से ही जोड़ दिया यहाँ पे, लेफ्ट हैंड साइड में बोथ आर कमिंग, P plus Q is equal to R plus S. We cannot get any information कि P is more or Q is more. Both the possibilities are there. Then if we take the second statement की information कि P plus S is more than the sum of the marks scored by Q plus R. With this, अगर S is equal to R, अगर ऐसा होता कि S is equal to R from first statement, इस स्टेटमेंट से तो we cannot get any idea about P and Q. Why? We don't have information कि what is the relation between S and R. अगर S is equal to R, तब बोल सकते थे P is greater than Q. So second statement से भी we are not getting information. Answer. If we club these two information, are we getting information? Why? Because S और R में are we getting, यही चाहिए हमें relation S और R में कि S is equal to R अगर ऐसा मिल जाए, then we can say कि P is greater than Q. But here also R plus S is equal to P plus Q. So we cannot get any definite relation between P and Q. So we'll say कि we cannot get answer. We cannot get answer. अगर यही पूछता P Q, अगर पूछता P and R के बारे में, then there can be a possibility. Then R की value we can put here. I mean S की value in terms of R. Then we can put. Otherwise, in this case, we are not getting a definite relation between P and Q. P and Q. एक में equal sign है, एक में greater sign है. Both में रहता, then there can be a possibility. कुछ substitute करते हैं कि S की value we are putting in terms of P plus Q plus R. फिर R cancel होता, we get some relation. But यहाँ पे we cannot get any, क्योंकि R plus S they are at the same side. हमें चाहिए S और R में कि S is equal to R इस टाइप का कुछ मिल जाए. But we are not getting any information like that. So difficult question, and the answer is cannot be answered by using even both the statements. Then we have this question. So ages wale question, and they have applied the concept of number system here. See, age of each P and Q is less than 100 years and more than 10 years. That means P and Q की age क्या है? 2 digit number है. 2 digit number है. If you interchange the digits of the age of P, AB, BA, then 10A plus B, 10B plus A. तो place values के term में we have written the ages of P and Q. What is the difference of their ages? P minus Q. This we need to calculate. So the statement 1, the age of P is greater than the age of Q. P is greater than Q. Are we getting any value? P is greater than Q. Any value we can take. So many values we can have. है ना, 2 digit number है 10 से 100 के बीच में. So many values we can have. We cannot get answer. But if we take statement 2, let's try. The sum of their ages. Sum will be what? 10A plus A, 11A plus B. This sum will be, the sum of their ages is 11 by 6 times their difference. Their difference will be 10A plus B minus 10B minus A, 9A minus 11 से 11 cancelled. So what we are getting? 2A plus 2B is equal to 3A minus 3B. So 3A minus 2A, A. This will come this side. 3b plus 2b, 5. One relation we have got between A and B. And A and B are what? Single digits, which can take values 0 to 9. Which can take values 0 to 9. So B की value, if I take 1, B की value I cannot take 0. अगर 0 लिया तो A भी 0 हो गया, will get 0 0, but A कितनी है? 10 से 10 से 100 तक है. So B की value I can take after 0 1. तो A की value क्या हो जाएगी? 5. 5 भी है, 5 into 1 5. If B की value I take 2, A will be 5b, 5 into 2, what we are getting? A की value 10. But we cannot take 10 because B is a single digit. It cannot be a possibility. So only one possibility we are getting कि A की value 5, B की 1. So P की age क्या हो जाएगी? AB, that means 51. Q की 15. What is the difference of their ages? We can calculate what is the difference of their ages. That means we are getting answer. और answer मिल किससे रहा है? Second statement से. So we are getting answer by using the second statement. So answer will be by using one of the statements alone, but cannot be answered using the other statement alone. This will be our answer. So with this, we have completed the discussion for maths part, and we have seen कि around 20 questions are from number system and 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4 this way from other topics like time and work, percentage, profit loss discount, ratios, averages. UPSC has asked questions, and difficulty level we can say he moderate to difficult. Few questions are very simple. Like if I talk about maths part, out of 35, we can say कि 15 to 20 questions are doable. If you have read number system, you are having the clarity about the concepts, you can attempt 10 questions, at least 10 questions from the number system. These 5-7 questions were difficult. This may data was sufficient or not, this way question was asked. But what you can do if you are going to appear for the next year, you can see ki which are the different topics, what are the subtopics, and weekly basis पे you can read these things and try to do PYQs one by one. Weekly basis पे you start reading CSAT paper, not daily basis पे, weekly basis पे अभी start करो, then you will have some confidence at the end. Otherwise last 2 months में if you are reading these concepts, you will be in panic mode. Even if you have read, you will not be able to apply these concepts in the paper, क्योंकि वहाँ पे pressure बहुत ज़्यादा रहेगा. ठीक है? So with this, we can say कि we have completed this. All the best for the next year, and all the best for the students who are clearing this paper, and GS as well. All the best for mains examination. Thank you.
Hello, hello. All right, good afternoon, everyone. So, my name is Ranchan, and we are here to discuss this year's CSAT test paper. I've been given the mandate to discuss two sections. One will be reading comprehension, the other one will be logical reasoning. I'll begin with logical reasoning. Now, in terms of the number of questions, logical reasoning, this year is somewhere around 16, 17 odd, right? Each of these questions were very, very doable, right? We'll begin. This is set A. You have to remember that. Now, set A, the first question that we got was question number 5. Remember, I have always told you to, whenever you start your exam paper, first thing you want to do is you want to segregate the number of questions. You want to first find out where are your LR questions, right? Because typically, between quantitative aptitude and LR, this is the one which is more doable, right? The first question is, what is the least possible number of cuts required to cut a cube into 64 identical pieces? Now this, if you have ever prepared for cubes and dices, this is one of the more basic questions that you get. There is a bigger cube, something like this. There is a bigger cube, just a moment. And you are expected to tell them how many cuts will be required for it to be cut down into 64 identical pieces. Now, 64 identical pieces gives you the first cube, right? Which is to say, if you have to cut this bigger cube down, you have to cut it down into 64 identical cubes. Now, since he has given you the total number of smaller identical cubes is 64. That means if you have to find out the value of n, or n you can call the number of smaller cubes along each dimension, this should be cube root of 64, which is to say 4 cubes along each of these dimensions. Once you have the value of n, you would always know that the number of cuts required will be n minus 1. Number of cuts along each dimension should be n minus 1, which should be 4 minus 1 should be 3. That means you'll have to make 3 cuts along the length, 3 cuts along the width, and 3 cuts along the height. Right? If you have to think of it this way, this is 1, 2, and 3. Right? 1, 2, and 3. Now 3 cuts along the width also. So 1, 2, and 3. 3 cuts along the width. And how many cuts along the height? 3 cuts along the height. 1, 2, and 3. And 3. Now if you count them down, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 3 smaller cubes along the length. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 smaller cubes along the length, 4 along the width, and 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 along the height. This will be 4 into 4 into 4, which will be 64. And answer should be, he has asked you what is the least possible number of cuts. You have to cut it 3 times along the length, 3 times along the width, and 3 times along the height. Answer should be 3 plus 3 plus 3 should be 9. One of the easier questions, right? This is when you start your preparation for cubes and dices. This is one of the first few concepts that you study, right? The next question is this one. The question asks you, in the expression, there is this expression which is granted. This asterisk sign is chosen from one of these operators. These operators could either be addition, subtraction, or multiplication, each at most 2 times. That means you cannot use any of these operators more than twice, right? You can use it maybe once, you may not even use it, right? What is the smallest non-negative value of this expression? Now, if you think of the smallest non-negative value of this expression, you will land yourself in a soup. It could be many, right? What you have to think of is, there are some options given to you. The options may, the smallest number is 0, right? Can you get a 0 from this expression? That is what you have to first find out, right? If this is 5, asterisk 4, asterisk 3, asterisk 2, asterisk 1, the only operators available to you are plus, negative, and multiplication, and you can use them at most 2 times. That means, right, try to see if you can get a value of 0 or not. If you do something like this, 5 minus 4 minus 3 times 2, in fact what we can do is plus 2 multiplied by 1. right? If we can make it an expression where you get something like -2 here or a 2 here, let's see if that can happen. Now, because this is a question of BODMAS, how do you do this? 5 minus 4 minus 3 plus 2 times 1 has to be done first. This will be 2. Then you will have to do the additions first. 5 plus 2 is 7 minus 4 minus 3. This will be 7 minus 7. Answer should be 0. Right? So you can attain the value of 0 using only these operators. And if you check, we have used negative 2 times. We have used addition once, and we have used multiplication once. So we are well within our rules. Answer therefore has to be 0. So you start taking hints from the options which are given to you. Find out if you can get to the value of 0 or not. Right? That's how you do these questions. Now the next question is this one. On January 1st, 2023, a person saved rupees 1. On January 2nd, which is the next day, he saved rupees 2 more than the previous day. On January 3rd, 2023, he saved rupees 2 more than the previous day, and so on. At the end of which date was his total saving a perfect square as well as a perfect cube? Right? Now this clearly is an arithmetic progression. January 1, you saved rupees 1. January 2, you saved 1 plus 2, rupees 3. January 3, you saved rupees 5, and so on. That means next date should be 7, so on and so forth. Now this is clearly an arithmetic progression, right? And each of these events signifies the date. This is January the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, so on and so forth, right? Now if you look at each of these options basically then become n, which is the number of terms, right? Now you know that it's an arithmetic progression. You know what the common difference between two successive terms is. Common difference is 3 minus 1 is 2, 5 minus 3 is 2, 7 minus 5 is 2. Common difference is 2, right? What does the series begin with? The series begin with 1. So A is 1. What you now want to do is, these become your number of terms, 7, 8 or 9, right? You just have to find out what will be the sum of the first n numbers, right? You use that formula, S of n, right? Because we do not know what the last term is. So what will we do? S of n is n by 2, 2a plus n minus 1 times d, right? So 7th of January, that would mean January 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. That means there are 7 terms in this series. So n becomes 7. This will be 7 by 2 times 2a. A is 1 plus 7 minus 1 times 2. Now you have to be very careful. This is BODMAS. This should be first, you have to take care of the brackets. This will be 7 by 2. This is 2 times 1 plus 7 minus 1 is 6, 6 times 2. This will be 2 plus 12. This will be 7 by 2 into 2 plus 12, which will be 14. So 7 by 2 times 14, this is 7, this should be 49. Now 49 is a perfect square, but 49 is not a perfect cube. Right? So you'll know that 7th should not be the answer. Go for 8th now. Right? Let us go for 8th. In this case, this will be S of 8 will be 8 by 2, 2 times 1 plus 8 minus 1 times 2. Right? Common difference is 2. This should be 4 times 2 plus 7 minus 1 is 8, 7 times 2. This will be 4 times 14. No, this should be 14 plus 2, 16. This should be 64. Now 64 is a perfect cube. It's the cube of 4. 64 is the square of 8. That means your answer should be 8th of January. Right? Now this is a question on arithmetic progressions, series-based question, not a very difficult one. Let's move to the next one. Consider the sequence. Now these are also the kind of questions that we have done in the class already. Right? In these questions, the first thing what you want to do is, you will first count the number of terms, right? To see if there is a pattern. The pattern has to be in some sets, right? What is the number of terms here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. So there are total of 20 terms. Now 20 terms could be 2 sets of 10, or they could be 10 sets of 2. Now if you imagine a pattern where there are sets of 10, it looks like a really difficult pattern to solve. It could also be 4 sets of 5, or 5 sets of 4. Right? This is what you have to work with. The least likelihood is one that of these possibilities, right? To find a pattern where you have to have 2 terms at one point in time. So you first solve for these. How do you do these questions? Remember, even in the discussion video on previous years, I told you you always start these questions on the bottom first because they want you to waste some time here. This is one of the simpler questions. What you want to do is you want to put these back into your options first. So this is A, D, and C. Try to see if there are sets of 4, AABC, DABB, CDAB, CDDA. It does not look like there is certain, yes, it does not look like there is a certain pattern to it. So we would want to see if there are sets of 5, AABCD, ABBCD, ABCDD, ABCCD. Now there is, the first term is repeating 2 times, the second term is repeating 2 times. In this case, the third term should have been repeating 2 times, but this is D, right? Do we have an option? Let's go for the other one. Let's go for C. It says A, C, and D. Let's look at set of 5, AABCD, ABBCD, ABCCD, ABCDD. That means the first alphabet is repeating 2 times. In the second case, the second alphabet is repeating 2 times. In the third case, the third alphabet is repeating 2 times. And in the fourth case, the fourth alphabet is repeating 2 times. Answer therefore should be option C. Right? One of the easier ones, should not take you a lot of time solving these. Now you can imagine this is question number 24. Right? So you have to, if you had located these questions initially, and if you knew where your LR questions are, you would have solved these questions in maybe at best probably around 5 to 6 odd minutes. Right? Let's do the next one. The next one is a question based on clocks. How many times the hour hand and the minute hand coincide in a clock between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m., which is the same day, right? So this is also a similar question that we have done in the class already. We have done one question which was how many times do the hands of a clock coincide in a day? How many times in a day do the hands of a clock coincide, strike right angles with each other? This is one of those questions. He's asking you between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m., right? So 10 to 11 a.m., 11 to 12 p.m., 12 p.m. to 1 p.m., and 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. Now this becomes one of those questions where he has given you a time range. He has told you the angle has to be 0 degrees, and you have to find the exact time, right? Now in the first case, the time range is between 10 a.m. and 11 a.m. The angle is 0 degrees. That means the time should be 10 something, right? If you have to do it logically, you place the hour hand somewhere around 10. Since the angle is 0 degrees, that means the minute hand is going to be coinciding with the hour hand. That means the minute hand should also be placed somewhere here. So the rough time would be 10:50, right? And since you know that at 10:50, the hour hand will not be directly over 10, so we make an adjustment. The adjustment is multiplying the minutes component by 12 by 11, right? This is the time when the hour hand, the minute hand of a clock between 10 a.m. and 11 a.m. is going to strike an angle of 0 degrees, right? Now between 11 a.m. and 12 p.m., the same logic has to be applied, right? In this case, since the time is between 11 and 12 p.m., that means the time should be 11 something. That means the hour hand should be over 11. And since the angle is 0 degrees, the minute hand should also be over 11. That means the rough time should be 11:55. Next thing you do is multiply the minutes component by a factor which is 12 by 11. So this will be 5, this is 11:60, and 11:60 in other terms is 12 p.m., right? So this is going to be 12 p.m. Now between 12 and 1 p.m., right? What you have to imagine here is that the time would be, the hour hand would be over 12, right? Why? Because the time would be 12 something, so place the hour hand over 12, use the angle is 0 degrees, so the minute hand will also be over 12. That means the rough time would be 12 o'clock. You multiply 00 by a factor of 12 by 11, you still get 12 o'clock, right? That means between 10 and 1 p.m., the hands of a clock coincide only once, which is only twice, which is at this point, and then this is both the same time, 12 p.m. and 12 p.m. That means between them, it coincides only one time. Here it coincides only one time, and in this case, the rough time should be 105 times 12 by 11. Right? In this case, it will be one time. The answer should be 3 times. Right? This is one of those questions. If you're carrying an analog clock to the exam hall, you can still see it then and there itself. The only thing you have to be careful of is, once you mess with the time, set it back to the right time also. Right? Just so you know. Right? One of the easier questions. Right? Some of you, if you have practiced it well enough, would already know that between 11 and 1, the clock only strikes. The hands of a clock coincide only once. Right? Okay. We'll do the next one. See, one of the easier questions. The calendar for the year 2025 is the same for. We have done a similar question in the class also. They have asked a similar question previously also. So you can think of this being a repetition. What do you do in these questions? Right? You only check between 2 years whether you get a set of 7 or a multiple of 7. Right? That's the only thing you do. Right? The calendar has to be the same. What you do is 2025. First check what kind of an year is 2025. It's a non-leap year. Why? Because it's not divisible by 4. That means at the end of 2025, there will be one odd day that remains. Right? So 2026, if 2025, let's say, began with Monday. Let's say it began with Monday. Because there is one odd day, that means 1st of January 2026 will begin with a Tuesday. Right? Therefore, the calendar will not be the same. Right? What do you do? 2026, how many odd days? One odd day. Why? Because it's still a non-leap year. Right? 2027, non-leap year, one odd day. 2028, is this a leap year? 2028, it is a leap year. So, 2 odd days. Up until now, there have been 5 odd days. Right? 2029, one odd day. 2030, one odd day. Right? Now it's a set of 7. Right? Now that it's a set of 7, if January 1st of 2025 began with a Monday, January 1st of 2031 will also begin with a Monday plus 7, which will be the same as a Monday once again. Right? That means the 1st of January of these both years are the same. Next thing you want to check for is the answer that you are getting should be the same type of year, which is this one. Why? Because a leap year and a non-leap year cannot have the same calendar. This is a non-leap year. Is 2031 also a non-leap year? Yes, it is. Therefore, the answer has to be 2031. Easy? Let's do the next one. This year's logical reasoning has been particularly easy. What is the angle between the hour hand and the minute hand when the time which is shown by the clock is 4:25 hours? It does not matter if it's AM or PM. Right? The analog clock looks the same. Right? 2 ways of doing this. One way of doing it is more intuitively. Another way of doing it is using a formula. The formula is very simple. The formula is theta is equal to modulus of 5h minus m times 6 plus m by 2. This is a modulus ka sign, in which case h would be 4, m would be 25. So you can use the formula 5 times 4 minus 25 times 6 plus 25 by 2. This will be modulus of, bracket mein, it will be minus 5 times 6 plus 25 by 2 is 12 by 5. This will be minus 30 plus 12.5. Answer should be, this should be minus 17.5. Answer should be 17.5 degrees. Either it's 17.5 or it's 360 degrees minus 17.5, which will be the reflex angle. Do we have a 17.5? Yes, we do. The answer should be C. Another way of doing it is intuitively. How do you do this intuitively? Right? You can imagine that at 4:25, what will the time look like? It looks something like this. You place the hour hand over 4, you will place the minute hand over 5. Right? Now each sector of this circle is 30 degrees. Right? Somebody who's an untrained mind will think that at 4:25 the clock looks exactly like this. They may mark a 30 degrees if that is in the option. 30 degrees is not in the option. What you need to know is, right, the hour hand will be firmly over 4 only at 4 o'clock. The time right now is 4:25. That means it has been 25 minutes past 4 o'clock. In each minute, in 1 minute, the hour hand moves by half a degree. By 1 by 2 degrees, 0.5 degrees. Therefore, in 25 minutes, the hour hand would move by how much? Moves by 1 by 2 times 25, which is 12.5 degrees. So what you thought, an untrained mind would think that this is the angle, is 30. It's not actually 30. The hour hand has moved slightly ahead by how much? By 12.5 degrees. That means the new angle should be 30 minus 12.5, which will be 17.5 degrees. Right? One of the more basic questions when it comes to clocks. Right now, up until now, do you find any question which has been challenging? No such question which has been challenging just yet? In fact, this year, I would not say that any question on logical reasoning was challenging to the least. No question was challenging at all. Right? Look at this one. A person walks 100 meters straight from his house. He does not tell you in which direction. He says he walks 100 meters straight from his house, turns left, walks 100 meters, again turns left, walks 300 meters, then turns right, walks 100 meters to reach his office. In which direction does he walk initially? So you have to find it out, which direction was he walking in initially, given that his office is exactly in the northeast direction, right? So what you can do here is, there can be two types of questions. Either he tells you exactly how he started from his home and where he reached eventually. So you have to find out in which direction is the final destination from the origin, or he may give you the direction of the final origin and he's asking you to find out the original one. It really does not matter, right? What do? You imagine that he walks from his house. You can imagine whichever direction, probably east, west, north, south, really does not matter, right? Easy for you if you imagine that he walked in the north direction, right? So if let's say he walked in the north direction first, 100 meters, then turns left and walks another 100 meters. Now if he's facing the north and if he takes a left turn, now he'll be facing the west. He walks another 100 meters. Now, what does he do then? He again turns left and walks 300 meters. So if he's facing the west, takes another left turn, now he'll be facing the south. And he walks how much? 300 meters. Right? Let's say this is 300 meters. What does he do after this? Then he turns right. Now he's facing the south direction. He takes a right turn. That means he's again going to be facing in the west direction. How much does he walk in this direction? 100 meters to reach his office. This is where he started from. He takes another right turn, right? He goes 100 meters and this is what his office is, right? What he said is, his office is exactly in the northeast direction from his house. Because we did not assume, or we assumed that he moved northwards from his house. Right now, the answer figure looks to you like, the office is in which direction? It is in the southwest direction. That means, normally, this is what the compass will look like. North, south, this is east, this is west, this is northeast, southeast, southwest, and northwest. This is what a normal compass looks like. What has happened in our case is, we know that this direction should be northeast. That means, the one which is ordinarily southwest should be northeast. That means, it has to go here. How much is he moving? Is this moving by? This is a straight line, should be 180 degrees. That means in a new compass, each direction has to move by 180 degrees. What happens if, because we assumed that he has moved north in the first case, what happens if north completely turns by 180 degrees? Which direction will it become? If north goes 180 degrees, it will then become the south direction. The answer should be south, right? What we assumed was north, and we solved through this, right? What we found out was the office should lie in the southwest if he started in the north, right? Because he has given you that the office is in the northeast, that means the southwest has to become northeast, right? If you imagine that the southwest has to become northeast, what do you have to do? Either you go clockwise or you go anti-clockwise, but by how much? 180 degrees. That means each direction has to move by 180 degrees. If you imagine it anti-clockwise, we can imagine anti-clockwise. Even if you imagine it clockwise, it does not change the outcome, right? So if you imagine 180 degrees ka movement, if north goes 180 degrees completely, it will then become south. The answer should be south. The next question which we have to do is, this is also a directions-based question, much easier than the previous one. A person walks 100 meters westwards. That means if he's, let's say, starting from here, he walks 100 meters westwards. Then he turns left. Since he's walking towards, he's facing the west, if he takes a left turn, he's going to face the south. He walks another 100 meters. Now he's facing the south. Then he takes a 225-degree turn clockwise. So if he's facing the south, he takes how much of a turn? He takes a 225-degree turn clockwise. Clockwise would mean if he's here, from here to here is 180 degrees, then another 45 degrees. That means he's now going to be facing this direction. In which direction is he walking now? Which direction is this? This is between north and east. That means this direction should be northeast. Easy? See how many questions on logical reasoning up until now you would have done like in a jiffy. Move to the next one. A statement is given followed by two conclusions, numbered 1 and 2. Consider the statement and the conclusions. Which of the following is correct? Right? From the statement, which of these conclusions is following? The first one says India. The statement says India is the world's largest producer of milk. Conclusion 1 says India is the world's largest exporter of milk. He did not tell you anything about the consumption in India. He does not tell you whether India is the largest producer, whether it's also the largest consumer. For example, in case of pulses, you are the world's largest producer, you are the world's largest consumer, you are also the world's largest importer, right? Only the fact that you are the world's largest producer of milk is not going to tell whether you are the world's largest exporter also. That will depend upon how much of it you actually consume compared with other countries. He has given you no information there. So, can you derive this from the statement? Not at all, because he has given you no information on consumption. Next is India does not import milk. Once again, because he has given you no information on consumption of milk, you do not know whether India, how much ever it produces, whether that is enough to meet the local demand or not. You cannot say anything about whether India imports any milk or not. Right? If you are good with general studies, you would also know the same case of pulses. You produce the world's largest number, right? You also import the world's largest number. Why? Because you consume the world's largest number, right? The answer here should be neither conclusion 1 nor conclusion 2 follows, right? Let's do the next one. A main statement is followed by 4 statements labeled P, Q, R, and S. Choose the ordered pair of the statements where the first statement implies the second and the two are logically consistent with the main statement. That means the main statement is true. You have to check one of these pairs in which the first statement becomes, the first part becomes the statement and the second one becomes the conclusion from the first statement, and they have to be both logically consistent with the main statement. The main statement says Pradeep becomes either a director or a producer. That means he cannot be both. He can either be a producer. If he is a producer, he is not a director. If he is a director, he is not a producer. That is what the main statement says. Now consider these pairs. The first pair is SP. What is S? S is Pradeep is not a producer. Now because this has to be assumed to be true, Pradeep can either be a producer or he can be a director. He says Pradeep, S says Pradeep is not a producer. If Pradeep is not a producer, what will he be? He'll be a director, right? That means Pradeep is a director because he can be either of these two. He can either be a producer or he can be a director. He cannot be both. If he's a producer, he's not a director. If he's a director, he's not a producer. He tells you he's not a producer. Therefore, by implication, it would mean that Pradeep is a director, right? What is statement P? Statement P is Pradeep is a director. So both of these are logically consistent and they are also logically consistent with the main statement. So SP is correct. RQ, consider statement R. He says Pradeep is not a director. If Pradeep is not a director, what will he be? He will be a producer. What is statement Q? Q is Pradeep is a producer. That means RQ is also logically consistent. Right? It is logically consistent in itself and it's also logically consistent with the main statement. That means he is either a producer or a director. Right? That means SP follows, RQ also follows. Answer should be both SP and RQ. Easy? Let's do the next one. Okay. If A plus B means A minus B means A times B, A times B means A divided by B. A divided by B means A plus B. Then what is the value of this one, right? There is a certain equation granted to you. Now the only thing is you have to know for each operator what is the corresponding sign, right? 10 plus 30, what does A plus B mean? A plus B means actually A minus B. So that means 10 plus 30 should be written as this. 30 minus 100. What does A minus B mean? A minus B means A times B. That means this should be 30 times 100. 100 times 50. What does A times B mean? A times B means A divided by B. That means 100 divided by 50. And 50 divided by 25. What does divided by imply? Divided by means plus. This should be 50 plus 25. Now it's a case of BODMAS, right? What you want to do first is division, then multiplication, then addition, and then subtraction. This will be 10 minus 30 times 2 plus 25. Then you solve for multiplication, 10 minus 60 plus 25. Then you do addition, 10 plus 25 is 35 minus 60. Answer should be minus 25. Answer should be D. Right? Now it will be tragic if you know how to do this and then don't do BODMAS. Then it will be a problem. Okay. Do this one. It says, if P means greater than, Q means less than, R means not greater than, and S means not less than, T means equal to, then consider the following statements. If this and this, then is this happening or not? This is what you have to check. If these and these hold, then can you derive this or not? First one says 2x S 3y. What does S imply? Where is S? S means not less than. That means what he's saying is 2x is not less than 3y. If 2x is not less than 3y, what can it be? It can either be equal to or it can be greater than. That means 2x is greater than equal to 3y. Right? Next one says 3x t for z. Now 3x t for z. What does t mean? Where is t? T means equal to. What he's saying is 3x is equal to 4z. He's asking you if this follows or not, which is 9y p 8z. What is p? P says greater than. He's asking you whether 9y is greater than 8z or not. Now how do you get to 9y? You multiply both of these sides by a factor of 3, right? If you multiply this with a factor of 3, this with a factor of 3, you will get 6x is greater than 9y. Now 6x is greater than 9y. How do you get to 6x here? You multiply both of these sides by 2. You get 3x times 2 equals 4 times 2. This should be 6x should be 8z, right? Now 6x is greater than 9y, but 6x is equal to 8z. You can write down this as 8z is greater than equal to 9y, right? Does this mean that 9y will be greater than 8z? Right? 9y is less than equal to 8z, cannot be greater than 8z. That means this does not follow. 1 only does not follow. Both 1 and 2 should not follow. The next one is if x q 2y. X q 2y. What is q? Q means less than. That means he's saying x is less than 2y. And y r z. R is not greater than. He's saying y is not greater than z. If y is not greater than z, what will y then be? Y will be less than equal to z. Then 9y p, then x r z. X r z. What is r? R means not greater than. That means he's asking you if x is not greater than z or if x is less than equal to z. Right? Now you consider both of these. What you have here is y is less than equal to z. Right? If you have to equate it like this, you can write down 2y is less than equal to 2z. Now you have these two. Can you combine both of these? Right? You can combine this. X is less than 2y and 2y is less than equal to 2z. Right? Can you then say is less than x is less than equal to z? Can you then say this? Right? 2z is either greater than 2y or 2z is equal to 2y. In either cases, 2y is greater than x. That means z has to be, 2z has to be greater than x. 2z is greater than x. Does this tell you that x is less than or equal to z? Right? Z is greater than x by 2. Right? You can write z is greater than x by 2, or x by 2 is less than z. Right? Can you then say x is less than or equal to z? Can x be ever equal to z? Not at all. That means it also does not follow. Neither 1 nor 2. Answer should be D. Get it? Let's move to the next one. In a certain code, ABCD is written as 24. A, B, C, D is written as 24. E, F, G and H is written as 1680. Now because he has given you alphabets and he has given you a corresponding number, right? You have to first try to flirt with the idea of whether this should be anything to do with their places in the alphabet series. A's place in the alphabet series is 1, B's place is 2, C's is 3 and D's is 4. Can you get to a combination of, like, can you apply some operators here so that you get 24? Right? 24 is what? 4 times 6. What is 6? 6 is 3 times 2. And it does not hurt if you multiply 3, 2 and 1. That means 1 times 2 times 3 times 4. 6 times 4 is 24. We have to see if the same pattern is being followed here or not for this to be valid. E's place in the normal alphabet series is 5, F is 6, G is 7 and H is 8. So 5 times 6 is 30. 30 times 7 is 210. 210 times 8 is 1680. That means this is the exact pattern which is being followed. He is asking you for I, J, K and L. Now I, J, K and L. I should be 9, J is 10, K is 11, L is 12. So 9 times 10 times 11 times 12. 90, 990, 990 times 12. There has to be some element of 8 in here. Answer should be 11880 if you multiply these two. Easy? Let's do the next one. In a certain code, once again a question on codes. In a certain code, pot is written as atop. Pot has been written as atop. How do you get from pot to atop? First you reverse it. If you reverse it, you get top and then you append a to it. That is one way of going from top pot to atop. Let us see if the same pattern is being followed by the second word or not. Second one tells you trap. If you reverse trap, what do you get? You get P, A, R and T. And if you append A here, you get apart. So trap is written as apart. So this is exactly what you have to do, right? How is arena then written in this code? Now first you want to do a reversal here. If you reverse this, it will be A, N, E, R and A. You then add A to it. A, N, E, R, A. A, N, E, R, A is option D. Right? So next question. What will come in the place of this sequence? The sequence granted is 3, 14, 39, 84 and 258. 3, 14, 39, 84 and 258. Now this is an ascending series. If it is an ascending series, it has how many terms? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's going from 3 to a 258 in a matter of 6 odd terms or in a matter of 5 odd steps. That means it is most likely a case of multiplication or addition. Does not look like addition. You can imagine this to be multiplication. Now if you have seen all keys, you know what the answer to this one should be. Right? How do you get to 3? 1 cube plus 1 plus 1. 1 ka square plus 1. How do you get to 14? 2 cube is 8 plus 2 ka square is 4. 12 plus 2, which is 14. How do you go to 39? 3 cube is 27 plus 3 square is 9, which is 36 plus 3, which will be 39. How do you go to 84? 84 should be 4 cube is 64 plus 4 square is 16. 64 plus 16 is 80 and then 4. This is 84. Right? Since each of these is 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, this one therefore has to be 5 cube plus 5 square plus 5. 5 cube is 125, plus 25 is 150, plus 5 is 155. But for this to be true, you have to check whether this also follows the same pattern or not. 6 cube is 216, plus 36 will be 252, plus 6 will be 258. That means this is our pattern. Answer should be 155. We'll do the next question. In some code, letters P, Q, R, S, T represent one of these numbers, 5, 4, 5, 10, 12, 15. It is not known which letter represents which number, right? That means P, Q, R, S, and T have to be assigned one of these values respectively. You don't know which one is which one. But he gives you a certain clue. The clue is if Q minus S equals 2S and T equals R plus S plus 3, then what is the value of P plus R minus T? Now, Q minus S equals 2S. That means Q should be 2S plus S or Q should be 3S. Now, there are multiple combinations from where you can calculate T, but you have been given that Q is 3S. Now, which of these numbers is 3 times the first number, right? Do you have a 15 given 5? Yes, you do. Do you have a 12 from 4? Yes, you do. Do you have a 30? No, you don't. That means it can either be that Q can either take a value of 15, Q can either take a value of 12. Why? Because it has to be 3 times what? S. If Q is 15, then S can take a value of which one? 5. If Q is 12, then S can take a value of 4. Right? There are 2 cases. Either S is 4 or S is 5. If S is 4, Q becomes 12. If S is 5, Q becomes 15. 2 cases. In case 1, let us assume that S is 4 and Q therefore has to be 12. Now if S is 4, try to put this value here. You get T equals R plus S is 4. This will be R plus 4 plus 3. This should be R plus 7. First thing, you have used up 2 numbers, right? 12 and 4. They have gone to S and Q respectively. That means you have to choose from the remaining ones, 5, 10 and 15. Do you have a combination where T could be R plus 7? Any of these numbers, is it anything else plus 7? 5 should be some minus something plus 7, right? You don't have a situation like that. 10 should be 3 plus 7, but there is no 3. 15 should be 8 plus 7, but there is no 8. That means this condition does not hold. We'll have to now consider the second case. Second case is C2, where S should be 5, and if S is 5, Q is 15. That means S is 5, Q is 15. You have to check from the remaining numbers. If S is 5, since T equals R plus S plus 3, R plus 5 plus 3, T should be R plus 8. From the remaining numbers, which is 4, 10 and 12, is there a situation where one number is another number plus 8? There is a number. You have 12. 12 is 4 plus 8. That means then T should be 12 and R should be 4. Now T is 12, R is 4, 12 and 4 is also gone. The remaining number is 10. That means the remaining number in this case, T is 12, R is 4, S is 5, Q is 15. The remaining number, which should be P should be 10. Right? Which is the remaining number, right? He's asking you to find out P plus R minus T. Now P is 10, R is 4, T is 12. Do BODMAS, this will be 14 minus 12 should be 2. Answer should be 2. Get it? These are all your questions from logical reasoning. None of these questions, in my reasonable opinion, none of these questions are very, very challenging. And all of them can be done in a matter of less than a minute. Each of these questions. There are roughly 16 to 17 of these, right? That would mean you're scoring an upwards of 17 times 2.5 is how much? It's roughly around 41 odd marks. 41 marks you can solve in a matter of 30 odd minutes, not more than that, right? So this should not be a stumbling block for you for sure. Next section is reading comprehension. Any doubts in logical reasoning? Right, consistent with what we had thought, right? We have done this basics in classes also. The next section that we'll start with is reading comprehension. Just a moment, if I could get done with this. Right. Now, next will be reading comprehensions. How many of you relied on reading comprehensions alone this year? Which is a terrible mistake that you should never be doing. Is there anyone here who wrote it this year completely relied only on RCs? Anybody? Shall we take a 5 minutes break in the middle and then we'll continue with RCs? Take a 5 minutes break. See, not always been the case. 2000, if you look at the trend, 2011, 12, 13 odd, they used to have some 40 odd RCs, 35 to 40. Now 35 to 40, 40 RCs would mean 100 marks, right? So 100 marks is more than enough for you to clear, right? Ever since they made it qualifying, RCs ka composition in terms of numbers has been 26, 27, 28 questions. That is, you have to get only 27 questions right. Each of those RCs has to be right for you, right? No negative marking, then you are going to clear it. Right now, that is a difficult task. Every year, in a combination of 3 subjects, what they do is 2 will be doable, 1 will be hard, right? Every year. Now, because RC has exactly as many questions that you need to clear the cutoff, but RCs are also tricky. Some of those, at least you will see here, right? Because they are tricky, that means you cannot rely completely on RCs. You have to always have at least 2 sections which are very well prepared for you to easily clear the exam. Get it? We'll take a small break and then we'll reconvene. Hello. All right, welcome back again. Now we are going to start with the session on reading comprehensions. Now in terms of composition, there have been 80 passages, a total of 27 questions, and 27 questions if you are one of those candidates who wants to rely completely on RC. For you to clear it, you have to get all of these right. If you ask my honest assessment of RCs this year, now how do I normally judge this? My metric is if I am given 50 minutes time, I have to imagine, right, in an exam situation, will I be able to do it in 50 minutes? I would definitely rate this year's RC much harder than last year's RC for sure. Right? Now let us do these passages first. Just a moment. This is our first passage. This is set A, right? Set A, first passage talks about, okay. You can all see this, right? Just a moment. According to the Food and Agriculture Organization, 1/3 of food produced for human consumption is lost or wasted globally. So what he's talking about is there is an organization, FAO. FAO tells you that of the total food produced for human consumption, 1/3 of this food produced for human consumption is either lost or is wasted globally. When you say lost or wasted globally, waste you can think is an active effort, like where you have tried to use it, but then you eventually end up wasting it. Lost could be, for that matter, for example, in storage, some of this may get rotten, right? Okay. Food is lost or wasted throughout the supply chain from the initial agricultural production to the final household consumption. So he's telling you at which stages does this loss or this wastage happen. So he includes pretty much everyone in the entire supply chain, right from the production till your final consumption, right? Next thing he says is the increasing wastage also results in land degradation by about 45%, mainly due to deforestation, sustainable agricultural practices, unsustainable agricultural practices, and excessive groundwater extraction. Now he has now started to discuss the consequences of this loss and wastage. What does it lead to? First one, he says it leads to land degradation. How? Because for production you will require some amount of land, so there is deforestation that happens. Then in the agricultural production there are some unsustainable agricultural practices. Then there is excessive groundwater extraction, primarily for irrigation purposes. This is the consequence. Then he tells you another consequence, which is the energy spent over wasted food results in about 3.5 billion tons of carbon dioxide production every year. So there is some relation to sustainability and climate change also. Decay also leads to harmful emissions of other gases in the atmosphere. That means he is still now trying to tell you that there are certain harmful consequences of this loss and waste. Addressing the loss and wastage of food in all forms is critical to complete the cycle of food sufficiency and food sustainability, which is to say, if you have to make sure that there is food sustainability and food sufficiency, you will have to address each of these loss and wastages across each of these levels. That's what he is saying. Now read the question. The first question says, which of the following statements best reflect the most logical, rational inferences that can be made from the passage? Now look at the type of question. This is the type of question where you first find the statement which is obviously incorrect, use it to eliminate, right? The first statement says the current methods of food distribution are solely responsible for the loss and wastage of food. He has clearly told you that it happens at many levels, right from production till your final consumption. Now the storage, the current methods of food distribution, which is after production, they are solely responsible for the loss and wastage of food. He has said they are solely responsible, while in the passage he told you that it happens across multiple layers. That means first statement is obviously incorrect, right? You use the first statement to eliminate, right? This goes, this goes, this goes. Answer should be 2 and 3 only. Remember, in reading comprehensions, you do not go into it thinking what should be the answer. You have to use the negative list of sorts. You have to first find which is the obviously incorrect one, use it to eliminate some of your options, condense it down to the few, and then compare from the remaining options. In our case, we are lucky because the first statement is obviously incorrect. You use it to eliminate, the answer should be 2 and 3. 2 says land productivity is adversely affected by the prevailing trend of food loss and wastage. Quite obviously, if there is land degradation, it will affect land productivity also. Second is reduction in the loss and wastage of food results in lesser carbon footprint. Now, because food loss and food wastage leads to a higher carbon footprint, a reduction in it is going to lead to a lesser carbon footprint too. That means 2 and 3 should be the right answer. Get it? Easier? Now for the same passage, you have another question. There were 9 passages for which you had 2 questions, 9 passages for which you had 1 question, right? That is always very important from the perspective of time management. Now the second question is one where if you look at it in a cursory manner, you may be led to believe that there is one answer, but if you look at it in a little deeper manner, you will try to think that there is merit to another option too. I'm going to stick my neck out and tell you that this is what I think could also be one of the possible options. First one says, based on the above passage, the following assumptions have been made. The first assumption is the food distribution mechanism needs to be reimagined and made effective to reduce the loss and wastage of food. Now, food distribution mechanism would be one stage from production till final consumption. Food distribution will be one element in the supply chain. Right? He is not saying the food distribution mechanism needs to be reimagined to eliminate the loss and wastage, because it's only a cog in the wheel. It will have some contribution to the loss and wastage. Therefore, if we address it, it is going to reduce loss and wastage, not eliminate loss and wastage. So is this wrong? Not wrong at all. Right? This is absolutely all right. The second one says, and read it very carefully, the second one says, ensuring the reduction of wastage and loss of food is a social and moral responsibility of all citizens. Right? Now, cursorily, if you look at it, right, there may be certain reasons, and in fact, what we have found is by majority opinion, most people think that it should be A in this answer. Right? Why? Because if you think of it, there are many levels to reduction, to loss and wastage, right? And he is trying to talk about only one. But if you read it very little more carefully, he says ensuring not the elimination, but the reduction of wastage and loss is a social and moral responsibility of all citizens. Should it be of all citizens? You may think there are no mention of citizens written. Absolutely is. He has said it happens in the final consumption also. That means he's talking about ordinary citizens like you and me. Should it be the social and moral responsibility of all citizens? Right? What would make it upon or responsible, or what would fix this responsibility on citizens in terms of ensuring this? If the passage did not mention any consequences of food loss and wastage, it could be that we produce so much that some of it is lost or some of it is wasted, without him mentioning any consequences, in which case assigning responsibility becomes a little, it's a stretch, right? Now he has said that there is something called food loss and food wastage that happens. It happens across production, distribution, and eventually final consumption. Final consumption is by households only. That means he's talking about citizens. And then he also mentions there are certain consequences. These consequences include what all? These consequences include, 1, land degradation. If land degradation happens, what is it going to affect? It is going to affect further cycles of production. That means if the further cycles of production are going to be hampered, right, that means there will be lesser and lesser food available for the growing generations. Will you be impacted or will you not be impacted? Everyone will be impacted by this. It will hurt the poor and marginalized more, but eventually if there is very little food, it is going to affect everyone. That is one. The second consequence is with respect to tons of carbon dioxide production. That means something to do with, let's say, global warming, something to do with climate change. Is climate change only the concern of those people who waste food? Right? If it happens, it's a global common. If climate change happened, it's going to affect everyone, right? Is it going to affect only you and me? Right? It is going to affect everyone, right? That means it is your social responsibility, right? It is your moral responsibility also. Moral means what is right, what is wrong. You need not waste food, right? Or this is the wrong thing to do. Why is this the wrong thing to do? Because it affects not just you, but other people also. Your action has consequences for other people too. So you should do the morally correct thing. Right? And it is your social responsibility. Why? Because you're not living only on yourself, you're dependent on other beings also. Right? If you think of it a little more seriously, you may be led to believe that this is the correct answer also, which is say it is the response. He's not saying it is the responsibility of all citizens, which is say forget those who are producers, forget those who are involved in distribution, it is the responsibility of citizens alone, or it is the responsibility of citizens. Right? In which case, it should have been obviously wrong. Why? Because there are multiple people involved here. That the fact that he's saying ensuring the reduction, not the elimination, because households alone cannot eliminate food loss and wastage, right? And then he's saying it should be the responsibility. He's not trying to tell you there will be negative consequences only for the citizens, or it is their responsibility alone that they should eliminate this, right? He's saying it is a social and moral responsibility of all citizens, right? I'm going to stick my neck out and think that C could be one of your options that you should be careful at, right? But by majority opinion, what we have figured is most people from a cursory view would think that this is A, which is one only, because here he does not talk about responsibilities per se. You will have to deep dive into this statement, and if you ask me, I'm going to stick my neck out and I'm going to tell you that be a little careful with C also, right? This could be the choice as well, right? If you ask my opinion, right, I would stick my neck around and say probably C, right? But majority of the people that we have sort of consulted, everybody thinks it is 1. The reason for 1 is, 1, because he goes a little overboard to discuss social and moral responsibility, and then he talks about all citizens. He does not mention any other layer also, right? But if you ask me, right, he has only and only said, is this something that you can deduce from the passage? Yes, you can, if you ask me. So be a little careful here. There is also one more question where we have a doubt. Apart from that, everything is crystal clear, right? All right. Mm-hmm. No, nobody mentions it. This is the rule. When you're solving any of these passages, you have to stick to the context itself. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So it does not really matter. Even if you're solving a passage, your solution has to come from the passage itself. Is it, has this been mentioned here in this question? Is this mentioned for this specific question? Okay. What is said? What have they said? For this passage? They have said, just a moment. They have said you have to stick to the passage only. If I'm deducing it from the passage only. Yes, he has mentioned here, no, there is household consumption at which it happens. Right? That means he's roping in citizens too. And he's not telling you it's your responsibility to eradicate it, because that's not possible. It happens across multiple layers. And he's not telling it is the responsibility of citizens. That means everybody else is absolved, only citizens are responsible for it. Or he has not used the word citizens alone. Right? In which case, he's only telling you, is it a social and moral responsibility of all citizens? It should be, right? Reducing, right? No, not up to us, right? Not up to us, right? But good thing is, there are not too many questions like these. There are only 2 questions where you can be a little bit confused, right? Look at the second one. The second one says, the second passage says, as inflation rises, even governments previously committed to budget discipline are spending freely to help households, right? Now this is a question on economics, right? He's saying this is a current situation. The current situation is inflation is rising. Even those governments who were previously committed to fiscal discipline or budget discipline, right, they are also spending more. Why? To help households. Then he says, higher interest rates announced by the central banks are supposed to help produce modest fiscal austerity, because to maintain stable debts while paying more to borrow, governments must cut spending or raise taxes. Now this is talking about monetary policy. The monetary policy ka preserve is to control 2 things. One is the money supply, the other one is the direction of flow. He's saying, if the central bank, of course, given an inflationary situation, the central banks will do what? The central banks will bring in what we call a dear money regime, right? Where it will be very expensive for you to borrow, right? They do not want too much supply of money, because that is going to create an inflationary pressure. He's saying when the central banks raise interest rates, those governments, they're supposed to do this. They're supposed to bring in modest fiscal austerity, which is, austerity would mean, think of a reduction in your expenditure, right? Reduction in your expenditure, why? Because expenditure takes money, right? If there is inflation, the central banks are going to rate interest rates. This should call upon the governments also to reduce or also to bring in some fiscal austerity. Why? Because for them to be spending money, because they will have to borrow also, if they are borrowing at higher interest rates, and if it's already becoming dearer and dearer, more and more expensive for you to borrow, interest service has to be, or servicing interest rate obligations has to be done. Then which means that you have to, one, you are excessively borrowing, and on top of it, the interest rates are also, because the interest rates are higher, the interest payout will also be higher. Therefore, they should be bringing in some fiscal austerity. Then he says, without the fiscal backup, monetary policy eventually loses traction, which is to say monetary policy alone is not going to be as effective. It has to be backed by what you call some fiscal backup, right? When you say fiscal, it is assumed that you would know the meaning of word fiscal. Fiscal would mean what? Two things, taxation and expenditure. Two things, right? Which is the preserve of the government. Then he says, higher interest rates become inflationary. Of course, they will become inflationary. Why? Because it is becoming more and more dearer for you to borrow money anymore. So it's going to create some inflationary pressures, not disinflationary, because they simply lead governments to borrow more to pay rising service costs. In the event that governments continue to make this spending despite higher interest rates, this is going to create inflationary pressures. Ordinarily, the central bank is going to rope in or to elevate the interest rates. Why? Because it wants money to become more and more dearer, right? Because it is going to become more and more expensive for you to borrow. Ordinarily, the response will be that people will borrow lesser. He's saying even despite the central bank raising interest rates, if governments continue to spend more and more by borrowing more and more, right, it is going to create inflationary pressures. One, because there is high amounts of money supply. Two, because to service your loans, you'll have to pay higher interest also. Right? This is what he's saying. It will not become disinflationary. What is disinflationary? Disinflationary means that there is still inflation, but the rate of inflation is decreasing. Right? He's saying it will be inflationary if the governments continue to make the same spending. Right? The risk of monetary unmooring is greater when public debt rises because interest rates become more important to budget deficits. Monetary unmooring, what is mooring? Mooring means anchoring. Right? If the monetary policy is supposed to create a dear money regime, but corresponding to a dear money regime, the government continues to make that spending by borrowing more and more, the monetary policy becomes less and less effective. Simple. That means the crux of the passage is that monetary policy and fiscal policy have to work in tandem with each other. Right? They have to work towards the same goal. It cannot be that the RBI or the central bank is trying to raise the interest rates, while the governments ordinarily should have decreased their spending or raised taxation. Right? What they are doing is they are continuing to borrow more and more, and they are spending so much more. Right? One, because you are spending more and more, there is more circulation of money, more money chasing fewer goods, inflationary. Second, interest payouts are also rising and rising. Why? Because the RBI has raised interest rates. That is a problem. Now read the passage. The question, which of the following statements best reflects the most logical and rational inferences that can be made from the passage? First one says, central banks cannot bring down inflation without budgetary backing. Is this correct? This is exactly what he's hinting at. Right? He's trying to tell you that central banks, jinka preserve is monetary policy becomes ineffective unless it is backed by the governments, right? By budgetary backing. Budgetary backing would be what? Budget is all about an expenditure, what is going to happen in the current year. If you're not backing it up, right, through your budgets, it is going to become ineffective. That is what the author is suggesting, right? The second one says, the effects of monetary policy depend on fiscal policies pursued by the government. Now, this is exactly what he's hinting at, right? So if you have to think of it, this is correct, answer should be both 1 and 2, right? Now, it takes you some understanding of economics to make sense of this passage, right? But the answers to these questions have to be derived from this, right? Okay. Unmooring means, mooring essentially is what you anchor your ship by, right? It's an anchor. That means the monetary policy is trying to save your economy from becoming more and more inflationary, but monetary policy also will require the help of fiscal policy. If fiscal policy continues to spend more and more without raising taxation, if it's continuing to borrow even at higher interest rates, the effectiveness of monetary policy is going to become lesser and lesser, right? These are just words to convey to you a central message. The message is they both have to work in tandem. It cannot be that one's goal is to bring down inflation and the other is doing things which are going to raise inflation, right? The same passage question is, based on the above passage, the following assumptions have been made. First one is, fiscal policies of governments are solely responsible for higher prices. Are they solely responsible for higher prices? Not at all, right? It depends upon both things. What the interest rate regime is, which is the preserve of the central bank, and then the fiscal backup to it. So cannot be solely responsible. Second is, higher prices do not affect long-term government bonds. Now, firstly, one reason for you to mark this as wrong is he has not spoken of how the governments are going to borrow, right? Is it only bonds? Even if you assume it, why should they not affect government bonds, even if they are long-term? Right? One, that it goes beyond the scope of the passage. There is a first order connection because he's implying that governments are going to borrow. How do governments borrow? They borrow through G-Secs, or what you can call bonds, right? Why should higher prices not affect long-term government bonds? They should affect long-term government bonds, but the main reason for you to mark it as wrong is he has not mentioned the mechanism how governments borrow, right? It has to be wrong. In any case, prices are going to affect government bonds. They are always going to affect government bonds, right? This should be neither one nor two. Get it? Next passage. One more that you have to be a little bit careful about. Now, it's one thing to discuss it after the passage, after the exam is over. Now we have the liberty and the time to sit down and discuss each of these statements in the exam situation where you have only 50 minutes to an hour at best to solve 27 passages. This is where a lot of students will lose nuance, right? Because you're already under some pressure and then you have to read these statements, these passages, and they're very close to each other. Read this one. It says, today, if we consider cities such as New York, London, Paris, as some of the most iconic cities in the world, it is because plans carrying a heavy systems approach were imposed on their, which is to say, from the very beginning itself, when these cities are being planned, there is something that they followed, which is what you call a systems approach, a very heavy systems approach. This is, according to the author, the main reason as to why these cities, Paris, London, New York, have become one of the more iconic cities in the world. Then he says, the backbone of the systems theory is the process of translating social, spatial, and cultural desirables into mathematical models using computing, statistics, optimization, and an algorithmic way of formulating and solving problems. Then he goes on discussing what systems theory basically means. What does system theory mean? It means, in context of urban planning, whatever problems you have to solve, which could be social problems in terms of, for example, demography, or social problems that may arise, spatial problems in terms of designated, for example, land use, and certain cultural desirables, what you would want culturally. For example, cities typically are a mix of various cultures, right? Because these are problems which are to be addressed by urban planners. In the systems theory, what we do is, we look at each of these desirables, we try to build mathematical models around them. And these mathematical models rely on computing, statistics, optimization, which, if you know mathematics, is one of the courses in mathematics, optimization, and an algorithmic way of formulating and solving problems. The early universities of the West, which began to train professionals in planning, spawned some of the most ingenious planners who were experts in these domains. That means when these cities were being planned, and in fact when the education around urban planning was to be imparted, the early universities of the West included certain planners who were experts in these domains, right? This was because the very subjects were absorbed into the planning curriculum that had its roots in the social sciences, geography, and architecture. Planning in India and its education differ from the West, right? So he begins by telling you about certain cities which are considered the most iconic cities, and according to the author, the reason why they are considered the most iconic cities in the world is the way in which they were planned. Their planning involved something called systems theory or systems approach, and systems approach is what? It is in terms of, it is an approach towards translating social, cultural, spatial desirables into mathematical models. It is going to include a lot of optimization, it's going to include a lot of computing, it's going to include a lot of statistics, it's going to include a lot of algorithmic way of looking at things. Then he says, this systems approach is the backbone of urban planning there. And when universities in the West, when they wanted to impart this education right from the curriculum, from the beginning of the curriculum, this systems approach was included in their curriculum itself. Planning in India differs from planning, right? That is saying. If you think of it normally, what he's trying to tell you is urban planning. When you think of urban planning, do you think computers? Do you think statistics? Do you think algorithms? Right? You don't. Ordinarily, you don't, right? This is exactly where these cities took an advantage, right? This is what he's basically saying. Then he saying, and last sentence is very important. He says, planning in India is and its education differs from the West. He does not tell you in which way. Right? He only tells you that it is different from the West. By implication, he may be suggesting that this is not included in Indian planning. That's about it. Nothing more than that. Whether it's good, whether it's better than West, whether it's worse off than West, we don't know. It's only different from West. Look at the question. The first one says, which of the following statements best reflects the most logical and rational inference that can be made from the above passage? First one says, and these are typically the more difficult ones. Why? Because you have to consider each statement. First one says, curriculum for urban planning courses should have a diverse interdisciplinary approach, right? This is what exactly he's saying in terms of various courses, statistics, optimization, algorithmic way of looking and formulating things, computing. Each of these are diverse domains. In fact, he has mentioned it here in these domains. That means each of these is a different domain itself, right? So is this wrong? Statement one is not factually wrong. You cannot actually eliminate it, but you'll have to compare it with the rest and see which one is a better one, right? So you cannot straight up eliminate it. Second says, in India, city administration is under bureaucracy, which lacks formal training in urban planning and management. He only has said Indian urban planning differs from the West. What is it? What is included in the Indian planning? Who is it controlled by? There is nothing given in the question. So this goes beyond the scope of the passage. B cannot be the answer. C says, in India, the management of urban areas is a local affair with a chronic problem of insufficient funds. Once again, the only thing he has mentioned in context of Indian planning is that it is different from the West. How is it different? The passage does not go there at all. And whether there is any insufficiency of funds, this is not a general studies question. This is a passage-based question. The passage does not talk about that in the least. So, cannot be C. D says, with high density of population and widespread poverty in our urban areas, planned development in them is very difficult. He does not mention one thing about Indian cities, whether there is high poverty, high density, nothing. So you cannot even deduce this. By elimination, A should be the correct answer. Look at the second question. Now the second question is the only other question wherein you may be required to think a little 2 times, maybe. He says, based on the above passage, the following assumptions have been made. First says, India needs a new generation of urban professionals with knowledge relevant to modern urban practice. Second one says, Indian universities at the present time have no capacity or potential to impart training in systems approach. Firstly, the passage does not talk about Indian universities in the least. We do not know what the Indian university system is. So 2 clearly is wrong. That means 2 only. Both 1 and 2 cannot be the answer. Now you have to look for 1, whether 1 is correct or 1 is not, right? Now, a lot of people, a lot of experts have felt that A should be the correct answer, that this is a correct statement. If you ask me, I would once again stick my neck out and think that A could not be correct. Why? First, my reasons are, India needs a new generation of urban professionals with knowledge relevant to modern urban practice. If I assume this to be correct, then I am saying India's current generation of urban planners do not have skills relevant to modern urban practice. He has not said anything about skills or education of Indian urban planners right now. He has not said anything. He has only said Indian planning and its education are different. Different how? We don't know, right? Whether they are, and then to say that their skills are just not relevant. It could be that, okay, this is also desirable, this should be included in our curriculum also, but your existing skills, are they completely irrelevant to urban practice? We cannot say that, right? If you ask me, I would say, because the passage ends here, the passage only and only says Indian planning and its education are different from the West. It does not tell you how. Different could be different good, different could be different bad, right? But in this context, what he's basically implying is, maybe we do not follow the systems theory. Is it the only thing which is required for urban cities to be, iconic cities? According to the author, maybe yes, right? In which context? Right, some people have thought that this could be correct. But if you ask me, I'm going to stick my neck out and think that one is incorrect. Right? There is nothing mentioned in the passage with respect to what India's current system is. Only the fact what has been mentioned is that it is different from the West. Different how? We don't know. There is not enough information. Yeah. See, if you look at the entire passage, it leads you to believe that when he says India's planning and its education differ from the West, it is in some context, no? It's not independent of the passage. The passage talks about how Western cities are iconic. Why? Because they follow the system theory, right? India's thing is different, right? So by implication, you may be led to believe that yes, we do not follow the system theory, which according to the author is the main reason as to why these cities are iconic, right? This is the reason why there is a certain confusion, and most people are of the opinion that one should be the answer, right? If you ask me, I would still say, to my mind, it looks like D. But because most of the experts have gone with one only, we are going with one, right? But keep an eye out on this one too. These are the only two questions where there is some confusion, right? Apart from that, there are no other questions. Right, do the next one. All right, this one says, not every voice on the internet commands the same kind of audience. When anonymous private entities with high capital can pay for more space for their opinions, they are effectively buying a louder voice. If political discourse in the digital sphere is a matter of outshining one's opponent till the election is won, then the quality of politics suffers. The focus of social media is restricted to the promotion of content that generates more user engagement, regardless of how inflammatory the content may be. Right? First, he tells you something about the nature of social media or the nature of internet. He's saying not every voice on the internet commands the same kind of audience. Some may have higher, some may have lesser audience. Then he says when anonymous private entities with high capital can pay for more space, what they are essentially doing is they are effectively buying a louder voice. If you can think of it, an analogy could be buying some ads, for example. Right? You would have seen YouTube, there are so many sponsored videos on YouTube that you can effectively promote your content also. If there is some person who has the money to pay for sponsoring the content, right, the person is effectively buying out more and more voice for itself. Have you never seen on social media so many ads? Right? There are so many people who sort of pay for sponsored posts, be it Instagram, be it YouTube for that matter too. Right? That's what he's saying. Then he says the effect of social media on politics. He says if political discourse is all about outshining your opponent's voice, in which case the quality of politics is going to suffer. Then he tells you the focus of social media is restricted to promotion of content that generates more engagement, which is to say some content which will effectively get more and more eyeballs, right? That is what the focus of social media will eventually become, right? Regardless of how inflammatory that content typically is. That's the only thing he has spoken of. Now read the question. The question is not as hard. First one says, which of the following statements best reflects the central idea of the above passage? A says, constructed as a marketplace of views, social media ensures instant access to information. Now the first half of the passage, first of the statement is correct, that you can effectively buy out some space. So it's a marketplace, right? Marketplace where you can pay some money and get some more space. The second one, social media ensures instant access to information. You may know this from your own information, right? This is implied, but is this the central idea of the passage? Not at all, right? He's not telling you that this is an instant method of reaching out to more people. That's not what the passage went into at all. So there is some reason for you to think that this could be wrong, right? B, social media are not ideal or moral institutions, but the products built by companies to make profits. Is this implied by the passage? Are they ideal or moral institutions? This is exactly what he says towards the end. If you can use social media to promote your content, and if eventually politics is all about outshining your opponent's voice, you're going to find some content which is going to be inflammatory because it affects more people, so it's going to generate more and more user engagement. These companies who have created social media, they don't care about that, right? Eventually, because they are, you can say, selling the space on social media itself, they're more about their profits compared to them being ideal or moral institutions. Because this content is inflammatory, ideally these companies should not be promoting this content. But because you can buy some space there and you can promote your content, right? Clearly these companies do not become ideal or moral, right? So you should be interested in this, provided there is some better option that you can go with. C says social media has been created to strengthen democracies. Now, nowhere has the purpose behind creation of social media been discussed in the passage. Why was it created? Whether it was created to strengthen democracies, the passage does not go there at all. So, can't be C, can't be A. D is, in today's world, social media are inevitable for well-informed social life. Which is to say, if you want to be well-informed, right, without social media, you could not be well-informed. The passage does not go there at all. The inevitability of social media for you to get access to information, not at all. By elimination, the answer should be B. Right? The problem is, if you go in thinking what should be the answer to this passage or to this question, if you go in thinking about that, then none of these will look like to you that they are correct answers. So what you have to work with is, you have to find something which is less wrong compared to others. Right? Same passage, another question. It says, based on the above passage, the following assumptions have been made. Now, first one says, internet is not inclusive enough. Second is, internet can adversely affect the quality of politics in a country. Can it adversely affect the quality of politics in a country? Absolutely. This is what he mentioned. So 2 is absolutely right. Is the first one correct or not? It generated a certain debate also. Right? Is this correct? Is this not correct? Internet is not inclusive enough. What do you think? It is correct. He's not saying internet is not inclusive. If he had said internet is not inclusive, then it would be a problem. He's saying internet is not inclusive enough. That means everybody is not getting their fair share. Those people who can buy more space, their voice is going to be louder compared to others. That's what he begins with. Not everybody on the internet commands the same kind of audience, right? That means it's inclusive, but not inclusive enough, right? Answer should be both 1 and 2. Right? Now, like I said, it's one thing to be thinking about these passages after they are done and dusted, and when we are discussing, it's a completely different thing when you're doing it in the exam hall, when you have time pressure also. Right? Now, let's read this one. This one says, by the time children reach class 8, the bulk of them tend to be in the age range of 13 to 15 years, which is to say, by the time you reach class 8, you're in the age range of 13 to 15. But in our country, about a quarter, which is to say 25% of all children in class 8 struggle with reading simple texts. More than half are still unable to do basic arithmetic operations like division. Every year, about 25 million young boys and girls from elementary school, which is still class 8, move into the life that lies for them beyond compulsory schooling. Now, by the age of 14, there is free schooling. This is in context mostly of India, but although you will not assume that this is in context of India, but you basically know where the passage is coming from, right? He's trying to tell you that, firstly, he gives you a certain factual. By the time you reach class 8, you're in the age range of 13 to 15 odd. Then he tells you certain problems in our country. The problems are, about 25% of all those children who are studying in class 8, they have foundational literacy and foundational numeracy problems, right? Some of them cannot read simple texts. Some of them cannot even do basic arithmetic operations. Then he tells you every year about 25 million, in terms of the numbers, 25 million young boys and girls from elementary school move into the life beyond compulsory schooling. Free and compulsory schooling, if you remember, RTE. Right? So although that does not have to corrupt your reading of the passage here. They cannot enter the workforce, at least in the organized sector, till they are 18, right? Because it will be child labor otherwise, right? For many families, these children are the first from their families to ever get this far in school. So he's trying to tell you a lot of these kids have parents who did not reach even this far in school, right? They are the first in their families to reach till class 8th. Parents and children expect that such graduates from school will go on high school and college. That means it's the expectation both of parents and of these children that they're going to move from elementary to high school education and from there to college education. Hardly anyone wants to go back to agriculture, right? Which is to say, he's trying to tell you about general tendencies. People do not want to go back to agriculture. They want to make life better for them, possibly through schooling. On the other hand, abilities in terms of academic competencies are far lower than they should be, even based on curricular expectations of class 8th. Right? He's trying to tell you that in terms of their competencies, in terms of their abilities are not very well developed. Right? Based on the above passage, the following assumptions have been made. First one says, for effective school education, parents have greater role than the governments. Now, nowhere does he write the passage in a comparative sense as to whose responsibility it is to make sure that school education is effective. He does not go into role assignment at all. Right? So, cannot be one. Next one says, school curriculum that conforms to today's requirements and is uniform for the entire country may address the issues brought out. Now, the passage would have been completely all right, this statement, unless he had mentioned this, right, uniformity. Right? He has said that yes, some people complete school, but by that time, right, they are not able to sort of get the age-appropriate competencies. If you had a great curriculum that could conform to today's requirements, that may have addressed the issues. He's not being certain. That's not a problem. The problem here is with uniform for the entire country. What makes you think that what makes you think that the existing curriculum is not uniform, right? What makes you think that there is diversity or there is not? The passage does not have any information on that count. So this is something that you're going to use to eliminate. Answer should be neither 1 nor 2. I think there is one more question for this passage only. Yes, another question. Which of the following statements best reflects the central idea conveyed by the passage? Now, these are usually the harder ones, right? First one says, total eradication of poverty in the country will resolve the issue of underperformance of our school children. Does the passage talk about what is the reason behind underperformance? The passage only says, it gives you a status finding that right now they are not up to the mark. What is the reason? The passage does not tell you. It could be because of the teachers, it could be because of their incentives, it could be because of students' willingness to enter school or not, it could be parental education, there could be many factors. The passage does not talk about that at all. Therefore, how is it that if you eradicate poverty, schools are automatically they are going to perform better? Can't place this, completely wrong. Second says, monetary incentives to parents and teachers is a strategy to improve children's academic performance. Now, this is trying to locate the causal factors in parents and teachers. The passage does not talk about why the parents are not, in fact, in context of parents, he's saying parents expect their children to go higher. Right? So they are generally more positive towards their engagement, the engagement of their children towards school. So they're not looking at parents are stopping children from going to school at all. And he has not discussed anything about the monetary incentive for teachers whatsoever. So this is something which you can evidently tell this is wrong. C says public policy should ensure that competencies and achievements of young people are aligned with their expectations. This is exactly because he has definitely said that children and parents both expect, right? Here, if you say expect that such graduates from school will go on higher education and college. Right? So it's their expectation too. Also the children, not just parents, but also the children. Right? So public policy, this is more normative, that public policy should make sure that their competencies are aligned with their expectations. Not a lot of reasons for you to mark it wrong. D says India is not going to take advantage of the demographic dividend unless some school pass-outs go back to agriculture. Now, firstly, he has said students don't want to go back to agriculture. Secondly, he does not tell you what the age composition is, right? Whether there is a demographic dividend or not, whether we are in the window of opportunity or not. He does not go there at all. So, this is one of the easier ones. By elimination should be C. Do the next one. Next one is, we take it for granted now that science has a social responsibility. When you say for granted, what does it mean? We do not value it as much as we should, right? Right? Or you can say we are so satisfied that yes, science has a social responsibility, we don't care about it so much. He says we take it for granted now that science has a social responsibility. The idea would not have occurred to Newton or Galileo, which you can think of are early scientists, right? One of the landmark scientists. Right? This idea that science has a moral responsibility or a social responsibility would not have occurred to Galileo or Newton. That's what the passage says. They thought of science as an account of the world as it is, and only responsibility that they acknowledged was to tell the truth. So according to the author, the responsibility of the early scientists, be it Newton or Galileo, was only that science is responsible for telling the truth and nothing else. Right? This is what the author thinks about their responsibility. The idea that science is a social enterprise is modern. That means science has a social responsibility. This idea itself is more modern. We are surprised that we cannot trace a social sense further back because we nurse the illusion that Industrial Revolution ended a golden age. Now, if you had, possibly if you're a good student of history or if you're a good student of society, you would know that a lot of your humanities subjects have emerged post-Industrial Revolution because of the impact that Industrial Revolution had on societies, right? There was a traditional way of life which got completely disrupted. Newer problems, urban problems started to emerge because of Industrial Revolution. One of the reasons behind Industrial Revolution was scientific progress, right? That is what he's saying. He's saying we are surprised that we cannot trace this social responsibility of science back before Industrial Revolution, which is when these social effects of science or the application of science became so much more evident, that is when we started to think that science has a social responsibility, and we have come to a point right now where we now think that yes, science has a social responsibility. Right? This idea would not have occurred to Galileo or Newton. So he's trying to talk about science, its social responsibility, and the evolution around it. Earlier, nobody thought that science has social responsibility. Even the scientists did not think about it. Then this recognition happened post-Industrial Revolution. Right now, we are at a stage where we assume of course, science has a social responsibility. That is what the passage is. Which one of the following statements best reflects the thinking about science? First one says, science must value the commitment of scientists. Now, nowhere does he tell you that science does not value the commitment of the scientists at all, right? He does not go there at all, right? Standalone, this is a statement which is correct, but can it be derived from the passage? Not at all. The passage does not go there. Second says, science is a product of civilized society and must be used for the promotion of scientific awareness in people. The origin of science has not been discussed. Whether it's only civilized people which created science has not been discussed. The idea of science, right, in terms of creating scientific awareness has not been discussed. What has been discussed is science and its moral responsibility and the evolution therein. Nothing more than that, right? So enough reason for you to not mark it right. Given the other options, C says Industrial Revolution was made possible by the advancements in science. You can imagine this to be factually correct, but is this best what reflects the thinking of the author? Is this why he has written the passage? To tell you that Industrial Revolution was the product of science? Factually, it's not incorrect, right? D says science must pursue truth, but be responsible for social welfare. That is what he's trying to tell you. Early scientists were only and only concerned that the role of science is to pursue the truth. Later, its social effects and its social responsibility became more evident, right? Therefore, it must pursue the truth and should also be responsible for social welfare. Let's do the next one. Which one? He's saying that science always has had social responsibility. It's only that we were awakened to the idea post-Industrial Revolution, which is when, if you have been a good student of history, you would understand that post-Industrial Revolution, social life was disrupted so much by what? By machines, by industries, which were primarily the result of science itself, right? That we then started to think that science has actual genuine social applications, that it can disrupt life as it is. But it does not mean that science never had social responsibility to begin with. The recognition that science has social responsibility has started only post-Industrial Revolution. That is what he's saying, right? He's implying that Industrial Revolution is a product of science, but that's not the main idea that he's trying to convey. Which is what I was telling you, every time I would teach reading comprehension, I would tell you that if you are good with general studies, you're going to pick up the passage very quickly, right? But that understanding should not cloud choosing these options. That should not happen. All right, the next passage is, the history of science is the real history of mankind. Remember, this is a quote, right? It's a quote. It's not what the author is telling you, it's a quote, right? He has put it in quotes, right? The history of science is the real history of mankind. In this striking epigram, a 19th century writer links science with its background. This is not what the author is saying. The author is saying in this quotation of a 19th century writer, he's trying to explore the relation of science with its background. Right? What the author is trying to tell you is epigram is an amusing way of talking about something. What he's trying to tell you is the history of science is the history of mankind. Much like Marx said, the history of human beings is the history of class struggle. Right? He's trying to tell you, this is more amusing in that sense. The history of science is the history of mankind itself. Right? Which is to say they are both interlinked and very strongly interlinked. Like most epigrams, its power lies in emphasizing an aspect of truth which may be easily overlooked by contrast. Epigrams try to make sure that they try to compare two things, try to emphasize on something which is very easily overlooked. Then he tells you, in this case, it is easy to overlook. What is easy to overlook? The relation between science and mankind. Right? That we generally overlook the relationship between science and mankind. Some writer has said that the history of mankind is the history of science itself. Right? So that's how strong that writer felt about the two. And to treat the former as some abstract third party, right? Which is to say, in this case, where the author is trying to tell you the relation between science and mankind, it's very easy for us to overlook that mankind and science are very closely interlinked. And we normally treat the former, which is science in this case, right, as an abstract third party, which is sometimes praised for its beneficial influences, but frequently and conveniently blamed for the horrors of the war. Right? Which is to say, in terms of the relationship between science and mankind, humans tend to appreciate sometimes the benefits of science, but more often than that, they attribute science to the horrors of war, because science, the evolution in science and technology is what gave you much more warfare techniques, much more arms and ammunition. So we blame science for it. For example, the nuclear bomb. Right? It is a product of science itself. So every time you think of the relationship of science and mankind, most people sort of overlook the fact that it's much more closely intertwined than just it being blamed for the horrors of war. And remember, pick up the tone of the passage too. It is frequently and it is conveniently blamed for the horrors of war. So compared to how we rate science for its benefits, we generally tend more towards blaming for the horrors of the war. That's what he is saying. Science and mankind cannot be divorced from time to time at men's convenience. Yet we have seen that in spite of countless opportunities of improvement, the opening years of the present period of civilization have been dominated by international conflict. Is this the inevitable result of progress of science, or does the fault lie elsewhere? Right? He's trying to tell you that science and mankind have a very close relationship with each other. Right? Then he says, as human beings, we got too many opportunities to make sure that there was no international conflict. Yet, the beginning of the century happened with profound international conflict. Then he leaves you with a certain question. The question is, was that international conflict the result only of the progress of science, or does the fault lie anywhere? So he's trying to tell you that there is a relationship between mankind and science. It's essentially hinting that mankind, it's how humans use science, which is going to decide what the outcome will be. Right? Which of the following is or are emphatically conveyed by the author of the passage? First one says, without science, mankind could not have continued to exist till today. Now, the existence of mankind and science is not so closely intertwined that without science, mankind would not have existed today at all. What he has said is that there is a very close relationship. It does not mean that without science, you just cannot survive. It's a bit extreme to say. Second says, it is science that will ultimately determine the destiny of mankind. No, it's actually how humans use science which is going to influence your destiny. It's not going to, determine your destiny. Right? There are multiple things in life which determine your destiny. Science is one of the more important factors, at least according to the passage, but not science alone. It's how humans are going to use science. Right? That is going to decide it. Right? Answer should be neither one nor two. Right? This is a straight-jacketing statement. It is science which is ultimately going to decide the destiny of mankind. Towards the end, he also said, was this the result of the inevitable progress of science, or does the fault lie anywhere else? Right? So he's not telling you that science is the only determinant of what is going to happen to you. Right? Next is the same question, Based on the above passage, the following assumptions have been made. The first one says, the horrors of modern life are the inevitable results of the progress of science. Now, he sort of left you with a question. In fact, the question is such that he's hinting that it was not the result only of science, the fault has to lie somewhere else also, right? So the horrors of life are the inevitable results of the progress of science, not on the basis of passage. Your passage leaves you with a question. Right? He does not answer that question. So cannot be one. Second is the aspect of truth likely to be overlooked is that science is what man has made it. This is exactly what he is hinting at. That science alone does not dictate what is going to happen. It is how humans use science which is going to decide what the eventual outcome should be. Answer should be 2 only. We'll move to the next one. Anji? Which one? When we think of science, right, you think of science as something that has some benefits, but more, you can say, drawbacks in terms of it creating certain horrible circumstances. For example, the war situation. Right? That's what he's saying. We do not value science or how closely science dictates your life or how closely science influences your life. We think of it as an abstract third party. That abstract, why? Because most people don't understand it. Right? Most people just look at its applications only, and we praise it sometimes for its good applications, but according to the passage, we blame it much more for the horrors of the war. Right? This is what he's saying. Science is not independent of you. Right? You create science. It is how you are going to use science which is going to decide what the outcome of the science will be. He says here, no, we had countless opportunities to make sure that there was no conflict, yet the century began with a conflict. Was it only because of these the progress of science? Right? The fact that you created nuclear bombs, you got the potential to devastate some, you can say, regions on the world. It is you who used it, na? It's not science which is going to ultimately use it. Yes. No. Science, our projection of the destiny, and then the third party, which is us. We, our future, and science. Right? Science is the abstract third party. Abstract why? Because most people don't get it. Right? This is one way of saying it. Pisola question earlier? That we did it? Yeah. Look at this one. Only with long experience and opening of his wares on many a beach where his language is not spoken, will the merchant come to know the worth of what he carries and what is parochial and what is universal in his choice. So he is trying to build an analogy. Right? It is only through experience that the merchant will know whatever he is carrying, right, how much of it is local and how much of it is universal. This is an analogy that he is trying to say. Right? Which is say, when he goes to distant locations where his language is not spoken, where he does not come from, right, only by long experience and opening of his ware on many a beach. That means he has to travel, right, to find out what is more local and what is more universal. Parochial, do you understand what parochial means? Narrow-minded, only and only about your interests. And what is universal? This is an analogy. Then he says, such delicate goods such as justice, love, and honor, courtesy, and indeed all the things that we care for are valid everywhere, but they are variously molded and often differently handled and sometimes unrecognizable if you meet them in a foreign land. And the art of learning fundamental common values is perhaps the greatest gain of travel to those who wish to live at ease amongst their fellows. Right? He's trying to be a little philosophical. Only what he's saying is there are things which are universal. For example, justice is a universal value. Love is a universal value. Honor is a universal value. Courtesy is a universal value. And indeed, all the things that we care for are valid everywhere. Just that their manifestation is different. Right? In some cases, for example, you can think culturally speaking, our idea of justice and let's say the idea of justice in the Middle East. Justice is important both cases mein, but how it is going to be dealt with, how do they deal with their crimes compared to how we deal with our crimes, vastly different. Right? And it is only through travel, when you put yourself in situations where your culture is different from those lands, that is when you understand which of these values are parochial and which of these values are universal. right? He's saying it may even be unrecognizable to you, right? You will find it everywhere. Love will exist almost everywhere, but in different forms. Justice will exist almost everywhere, but in different forms. That means there is a universality to it. There is also some locality to it also. Get it? Now the question is, when we meet other people while we travel, we learn to differentiate between imagination and understanding? No. Communities and nationalities? No. See, he's not asking you what is the benefits of travel, right? He's not asking you from your understanding of what travel means. He's asking you in this context. What is he trying to tell you travel in context of? C is local values and universal values. It's only through travel that you understand what are the things which are valued locally and what are the things which are more universal, right? Friends and foes? No. Answer should be, it's clear as daylight, right? Next question from the same passages. With reference to the above passage, the following assumptions have been made. First one says, travel leads to an understanding of humans. Travel helps those who wish to learn fundamental common values. A person with long experience in travel can resolve differences amongst people. Now this is one of those questions where you have to pick the obviously wrong statement, right? Which one is the obviously wrong statement? It's clearly 3. A person with long experience in travel can resolve differences amongst people. Now, a person with a vast experience of travel will understand what is something that gets valued locally, what is more universal. Is that enough for him to resolve differences between people? No. He must have seen, but in his ability to resolve differences, to resolve somebody's differences, it is important for you to understand what the problem is. But resolving takes one step more, right? That's what I'm saying, right? Resolving differences goes a little bit beyond the scope of the passage. Can he understand the differences? Absolutely. He may even understand what the root causes of the problems are. But for him to solve those problems, that's a problem. Remember, there was a previous passage where he talked about, like, if I'm not mistaken, there was a bisphenol A wala, where I remember this is in one of the previous year question papers, where he spoke about how scientists have found out that a certain pollutant causes these things. The fact is, it causes those things, and how toxic it is was found. But is that enough for you to find the medication for it? No, right? It's the same thing. You understand that there are some things which are universal, you understand that there are some things which are local, so your understanding of different cultures is better. Will that be enough for you to resolve differences? A lot of us know a lot about diversity of various states. For example, I know diversity between the Tamil and Kannada people and, let's say, Malayali people, right? But if there are any disputes between them, does my understanding alone help me solve them? It does not, right? It's not a guarantee, right? Those who wish to live at ease amongst their fellows. If you go to a distant land, your life will be very difficult if you don't understand them, right? If you understand them, if you understand what is valued locally, what is valued universally, or for example, if you know for a fact that if you go to the Middle East, if you steal, they're going to cut your hands off, right? Then you would know, that you don't have to steal. And you understand their culture better. It is justice for them. Justice for you is not going to be as harsh, but that is going to help you live at ease there. Right? You are going to be less of a problem because you understand those societies better. No, if I know the difference, what happens, like how my culture is different from the Middle East, that does not have any consequence on my life in India. No, not. Are you talking about statement 3? If you live to at least amongst their fellows, right? So 3 is the obviously incorrect statement. You use 3 to eliminate. You get to the answer, which is 1 and 2. Right? First one says travel leads to an understanding of humans. Absolutely does. Travel helps those who wish to learn fundamental common values. Yes, both fundamental and also parochial values. Right? Next is conventional classrooms by emphasizing fixed duration over learning effectiveness, resign themselves to variable outcomes. So he's trying to tell you the nature of conventional classrooms. What is the nature of conventional classrooms? That they emphasize fixed duration over learning effectiveness. That means if there are two objectives, they're going to value this more than this, right? Because they do value fixed duration over learning effectiveness, what they do is they resign themselves to variable outcomes, right? Which is say they are more concerned only with duration of study, right? Therefore, outcomes will vary for people. How? He goes on to tell you. First one, he says, the tyranny of the classroom is that every learner is subjected to the same set of lectures because they are valuing only and only what? They're only valuing fixed duration, right? What happens as a result is every learner is subjected to the same set of lectures in the same way for the same duration. In the end, a few learners shine, right? For those for those students for which it works, they shine. Some survive, and the rest are left behind, right? After the fixed duration, this is very important, after the fixed duration, the classroom model moves on, which is say from class 8, you move on to class 9, without realizing how much effective was this learning for everyone. After the fixed duration, the classroom model moves on with not a thought spared for those left behind. So for this category of those people who just could not, you can say, catch up with what has been happening, right? Nobody cares about this. After this duration is complete, which is to say, let's say you entered class 8th, right? By the time your class 8th final exams are done, right? Regardless of how much ever you learned, you have to move on to the next one. They do not care about effectiveness of your learning. Some people would have obviously shined, for which it works. Some people would just survive the mediocre performance, and then there will be people who are just left behind. No, this classroom model, the conventional classroom model, does not care about those people who are left behind. This is how we end up with 10% employability in our graduates after a decade and half of formal education. That he is trying to tell you this is the root cause, that this rigidity, this uniformity in terms of what you are teaching, how you are teaching, and for the duration that you are teaching, this rigidity is the main reason why only 10% of your graduates are employable. Repeating the same ineffectual script in the realm of skill education will not produce different results. So he's trying to tell you that in education, formal education, right, this is what had happened, this is the result, the outcome was less employability. If you repeat the same model when it comes to skill education, it is not going to produce any different results, right? It is going to be as ineffective as your other education was. Which of the following statements best reflects the most logical and rational inferences that can be made from the passage? First one says, in the conventional classroom learning, the central goal is the duration of learning rather than attainment of competency. It's absolutely correct, right? It only values that this duration has to be complete, following which it just moves on. It does not care about effectiveness at all, right? Second is, conventional classrooms encourage one-size-fits-all approach and stamp out all differentiation. Yes, what he's hinting at here is there are people with varied needs. If you give them the same lectures, teach them in the same manner and for the same duration, right, that is going to be a one-size-fits-all approach, and it is going to weed out any differentiation between students. Children have diverse needs. They should be tailored to, or you can say solved differently, or there should be customized solution for students. That's what he's hinting at. Answer should be both 1 and 2. Read the next one. Okay, same question, same passage. The question is, based on the above passage, the following assumptions have been made. First one says, as a large number of workers in our country are employed in the unorganized sector, India does not need to change the present conventional classroom system of education. Firstly, he does not tell you what your employment structure is. He does not tell you that most of your labor force is in the unorganized sector. That is not in the passage at all. Secondly, he is arguing against conventional classroom models. So there are two reasons for you to mark this as wrong. Second is, even with its present conventional classroom system of education, India produces sufficient number of skilled workers to fully realize the benefits of demographic dividend. Firstly, does not go into demographic dividend. Secondly, he only gives you a certain number, not of graduates, but he tries to tell you about employability. Whether that is enough or not has not been discussed in the question at all. He is telling you that this is sufficient. How do you know they are sufficient, right? Answer should be neither 1 nor 2. Get it? This is one of the easier passages. Read the next one. It says, when a child reaches adolescence, there is apt to be a conflict between parents and child, since the latter considers himself to be by now quite capable of managing his own affairs. So he's telling you, by the time a child becomes an adolescent, there is bound to be a conflict between who? Between the parents and the child. The reason for this is the child now believes or starts to believe that he is capable of managing his own affairs, while the former, which is the parent, are filled with parental solicitude, which is often a disguise for love of power. Right? So he's trying to tell you, he's trying to locate a problem mostly amongst parents, mostly. Right? Then he says, parents consider, usually, or that means usually parents consider, that the various moral problems which arise in adolescence are peculiarly their province, which is, say, for their children, when they become adolescents, there may be some moral problems which may arise. Parents believe that this is within their domain to solve. It's not their individual problems, it is within our province. Then he says, the options that they express or the solutions to those moral problems, however, are so dogmatic that the young seldom confide in them. They are so dogmatic, they are so rigid that the young seldom confide in them. And you say confide in them, what does it mean? The young very rarely confess to them what their problems essentially are, because the kind of solutions that their parents are going to give them, probably they are expecting the kind of solutions. Then he says, and usually go their own way in secret. Right? Now, the question is, so he's trying to locate the problem more with the parents. He's not saying the children are right. He's trying to say that there is an explanation as to why children do what they do, right, when they become adolescents. Right? First is, based on the above passage, the following assumptions have been made. First one says, the adolescent does not feel comfortable with his parents because they tend to be dominating and assertive. Right? Absolutely. Why do they have to go in secret in terms of solving their problems? Right? They are not even confiding in their parents. Why? Because the parents first believe that your moral problems are their province. Secondly, the solutions. One, they are going to be assertive also. He has said it, that this is actually a disguise for the love of power. Right? So they are, one, dominant, and they're also assertive. That means they're also going to tell you what the solutions are. Right? For each word here, there is a certain evidence behind. Right? Should be the case. Second is, the adolescent of modern times does not have much respect for parents. Right? He said that they go their own way in secret. That means somewhere deep down, they are not doing it openly as a revolt, in which case it possibly would have had something to do with respect. Right? Here he says they have not much respect for their parents. He's not saying there is no much respect. Then they would have done it openly. Because they're doing it in secret, that implies that there is some respect for their parents. That they're not going to even tell them what their problems are, or even if they have a certain problem, they're going to solve it in secret. Right? So, not this. Answer should be one only. Next question for the same passage. Which of the following statements best reflects the central idea of the above passage? First one says, parents in general may not be of much help when children are on their way to becoming adults. Adolescence is just before becoming or attaining full adulthood. Right? Is it incorrect? Is it correct? Firstly, he's not telling you that they are. He's saying they may not be of much help. So he's not saying every parent or the solutions that they are expressing are bad. He's saying they may not be. That means there is a chance that they may not be useful. They may not be of much help when children are on their way of becoming adults. So yes, because they believe that their problems are the province of parents. Secondly, they're going to give you very dogmatic, very rigid solutions. Right? That is mean, and children are eventually not going to, you can say, pay enough heed to them, and they're going to do their own thing in secret. So they may not be of much help, not bad. B says, when children reach adolescence, involvement of parents in their lives is unnecessary. Right? Is it unnecessary? Right? He does not tell you that, every time they are wrong. Right? He does not tell you that they just do not have any solution. There is a certain problem with the attitude of parents, is what he is hinting at. When children reach adolescence, involvement of parents in their lives is unnecessary. That's a bit extreme. Right? Would you say this? Third one says, modern day nuclear families are not capable of bringing up children properly. Firstly, he does not go into the type of families. Right? What about modern day nuclear? Not at all. beyond the scope. D, in modern societies, adolescents tend to be stubborn, disobedient, and careless. If you read the tone of the passage tries to locate the problem more in the attitude of the parents, not in terms of children. And in fact, he has said that children move out in secret. Right? It does not mean that they are disrespectful, stubborn, and careless. Not this. Has to be A. Next. When an international team of scientists pumped a carbon dioxide and water mix into underground basalt rocks, basic chemistry took over. The acidic mixture, which is that of carbon dioxide and water, it dissolved rocks, calcium and magnesium, and formed limestone. Basically, carbon dioxide is converted into stone, exclaimed the scientists. Right? Now read the question. It's a very, very simple passage. Right? Read the question. Which of the following statements best reflects the most logical, rational, and practical suggestion implied by the passage? First one says, it is a cheap and practical method to produce limestone at commercial level for building purposes. He has given you too many hints to mark it wrong. Firstly, he does not tell you whether this entire thing is a cheap thing or not. Right? There is no discussion on costs. Secondly, even if it would produce limestone, how much of limestone will it produce? How many basaltic rocks are there? And why only for building purposes? Right? So, enough reasons for you to mark it as wrong. Second one says, this can be used as one of the methods of carbon sequestration. Right? If you know carbon sequestration, you would know trapping atmospheric carbon dioxide into various things. One of these could be rocks itself. Right? Therefore, this is exactly what I would tell you every time you will begin reading comprehension. UPSC's reading comprehension is not any ordinary reading comprehension. They would require you to know what carbon sequestration basically means. Right? If you know what carbon sequestration means, then you know that this is pretty much correct. Right? But if you don't know it, compare this with C and D. Right? C says basalt rocks can be made a good source of calcium and magnesium minerals by this method. Now, calcium and magnesium are dissolved and they get converted into limestone. Calcium and magnesium itself are not extracted. Right? This acidic mix dissolves the calcium, dissolves the magnesium, and converts it into limestone. So, not getting calcium and magnesium, what you're getting is limestone. Right? So, not this. D is good rock dissolving acid can be produced by mixing carbon dioxide and water. Firstly, good rock dissolving acid, he's not trying to compare this acid with other acids, right? Secondly, it's only and only going to work, at least in the context of the passage, it's talking only of basalt rocks. And is this why he's trying to tell you? Is this a practical suggestion? Why would you want to dissolve rocks, right? Answer has to be B, carbon sequestration. Read the last line. He says, basically, carbon dioxide gets converted into limestone. Right? So he's more concerned about what will happen to this carbon dioxide. You're trapping carbon dioxide down to these rocks, right? Which is one method of carbon sequestration. Right? Next. Geographers analyzed 175 satellite images of ocean color. Okay. Some 175 satellite images of ocean color, which is an indicator of phytoplankton productivity at the ocean's surface, and found that giant icebergs are responsible for storing up to 20% of carbon in the Southern Ocean. The researchers discovered that melting water from giant icebergs, which contains iron and other nutrients, supports the hitherto unexpectedly high levels of phytoplankton growth. So he's trying to link, firstly he tries to tell you that there is a certain analysis or there is a certain study. The study involves comparing various satellite images of what? Of ocean color. Ocean color is an indicator of what? Of phytoplankton productivity. Then he links phytoplankton growth with icebergs. Icebergs contain some water. When these icebergs melt, this melting water contains iron and it contains other nutrients, which is used by who? By phytoplanktons for their growth. Right? That is what he's hinting at. That's about it. Then he says, you read it very, very carefully. He's also said that phytoplankton and found that giant icebergs are responsible for storing up to 20% carbon in the Southern Ocean. How are they responsible for storing 20% carbon in the Southern Ocean? How? Do they trap carbon dioxide or carbon? They are supporting phytoplankton growth, and phytoplankton, you need to know, are living beings, right? Phytoplanktons, they are algae, right? They require atmospheric carbon for their, you can say, photosynthesis or whatever. They're planktons, right? So you need to know this, right? How do they store atmospheric carbon? Because they contribute to phytoplankton growth, and phytoplanktons are the ones which are going to use up carbon dioxide, right? Now read this. See, this is by implication, by your own understanding of what phytoplanktons are. Based on the above passage, the following assumptions have been made. Now this is one where there is some confusion. First one says, giant icebergs have a bearing on primary productivity and food chains of the Southern Ocean. Is this correct? Is this not? Now, do they have a bearing, or would say, do they influence primary productivity of the Southern Ocean? Absolutely do. Why? Because he has clearly mentioned here, it is an indicator of phytoplankton productivity, which are in turn linked with icebergs, and because their water contains iron and other nutrients. But what about food chains? Food chains of the Southern Ocean. The passage does not go into food chains of the Southern Ocean. It's only that you should know that phytoplanktons are living beings, and every living being is a part of a food chain. Every living being, right? Therefore, there is an influence on food chains too. Where? In the Southern Ocean. This study is specific to the Southern Ocean. Read the second one. Second one says, melting of giant icebergs can produce climate change effects and impact world fisheries. Now, up until now, it could have been correct, right? Melting of giant icebergs can produce climate change effects, right? Why? Because they may contribute to more and more phytoplankton growth, and phytoplankton may absorb carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. There may be some climate change. Climate change does not only mean it's only for the worse. Change means it could be positive, it could be negative. The second is the problem. The second is it impacts world fisheries. Firstly, the word world fisheries, right? This study is very specific to the Southern Ocean. 1. 2, the fact that you assumed or you knew that phytoplanktons are living beings, every living being is a part of a food chain. That is reason enough for you to believe that yes, it may impact food chains. But whether fish are a part of that food chain or not will be another or a second order assumption for you to make. Right? Not every being is involved in every food chain. Humans, for example, are involved in many food chains. They are not involved in every food chain. Right? Whether fish are a part of this food chain or not is not clear from the passage itself. Right? Because phytoplanktons are living beings, they are de facto a part of a food chain. Whether that food chain includes fisheries or not, we cannot say. And there is no information given in the passage about it. Right? This part is what makes this statement incorrect. It's a little bit too extreme. It's a second order assumption for you to make. First, that phytoplanktons are living beings and they will be a part of food chain. But that food chain also includes fisheries will be another second order assumption for you to make. So you can go for 1, not for 2. Answer should be 1 only, right? If you apply the rules of the passage, standard rules of the passage, even 1 should not have been correct. Why? Because the passage does not tell you anything about food chains. It only and only tells you that productivity of phytoplanktons are affected. But because this is UPSC, they would imagine you to know what phytoplanktons essentially are. Right? Phytoplanktons are living beings. Every living being is a part of a food chain. Get it? And he's not saying whether they are going to reduce them, increase them, augment them. He's saying they have some effect on the food chain. Yes, of course they will. Could be. Could be. Next one says, evolution has endowed caterpillars that feed on corn with a unique ability that they can induce the plant to turn off its defense against insect predators. That means because of evolution or owing to evolution, caterpillars, they have developed a unique ability. What is this ability? They can induce the plants, which are corn plants, to turn off its defense against insect predators. Now, living beings have defense against, you can say, other objects, foreign objects. Plants, more specifically corn plants, also will have a certain defense against insect predators. The ability of caterpillars to make sure that the plant turns off that defense is something that it got from evolution. That's it. Then he says, this helps caterpillars to eat more and grow faster. Of course, then that means corn is their food, right? Because they can make sure that corn plant turns off its, you can say, defense mechanism against insect predators. That helps them feed more and more of corn. Understandable? The agent that causes this effect is the caterpillar's feces or frass. right? Which is, what is that agent that allows or that leads to this plant turning off its defense? That is their feces. The find could throw new light on compounds associated with plant response to pathogens like fungi or bacteria. The fact that there is a certain insect, this insect produces something, this something will have a certain chemical composition, this chemical composition leads to another plant, a specific plant, to turn off its defense against insect predators. This is some new finding. It will help you create, or it will help you sort of throw lights on compounds associated with plant response to pathogens like fungi or bacteria, which is to say, this is one information. This information could lead you to finding newer things in this on the same line. Read the question now. Question says, which of the following best reflects the most logical, rational and practical message conveyed by the passage? First one says, farmers can use caterpillars to feed on weeds in their crop fields or plantations. In which case you will have to assume that corn are weed. They clearly are not weed, right? This is not what he's trying to tell you, right? Caterpillars work on a certain plant is what you know, right? Caterpillar, whether they can work on weed or no, we can't say that, right? B says, this finding can help in development of clinically useful antimicrobial compounds. Clinically useful antimicrobial compounds. Read the third one. This finding can help in the development of organic, ecologically sustainable pesticides. Which one would you pick between B and C? Why not B? The finding could throw new light on compounds associated with the plant's response to pathogens like fungi or bacteria, right? He's more interested in plants' response to certain compounds, right? Certain compounds can create a situation where the plants turn off their defense mechanism, which is not a good finding, right? This is going to help you how plants react to certain pathogens, right? So this should be C over B. C says this finding can help in development of organic, ecologically sustainable pesticides. Organic, why? Because they are created organically, right? Ecologically sustainable pesticides. Why pesticides? Because this finding is going to help you understand as to why plants turn off their mechanism against certain pests, certain insects, right? They are not going to be helpful for you to find out clinically useful antimicrobial compounds. You do not want a situation where plants turn off their defense mechanisms, right? You would want a situation where antimicrobial activity is elevated, right? Get it? Answer should be C. D though is evidently wrong. Caterpillars can be genetically modified to be predators of other plant pests. In a robust democracy, reality, howsoever inconvenient it may be, finds its expression both in the speech of political leaders and other social forms of assertion. So he's trying to tell you about a trait or a characteristic trait of what he thinks are robust democracies. In robust democracies, reality has to come to the surface regardless of how inconvenient that reality is. Where will it find its expression? Inconvenient reality. Where will it find its expression? In the speech of political leaders, which is say even political leaders are not afraid of speaking up facts, even if they may be inconvenient, and other social forms of assertion. Not just political leaders, other social forms of assertion also. That means in a robust democracy, everybody, right, so far as there is expression concerned, right, even if the expression is inconvenient to people, people still can express, including political leaders. That's what he's hinting at. The existence of the real has to be transparent, both through its circulation in and by the media, as well as its argumentative articulation in the deliberative democracy, right? So he's trying to get you to tell, he's trying to get to what it takes for a democracy to be more robust. That the existence of the real has to be transparent. People should know about it. Nobody should try to hide what is the reality. Second, right, has to be transparent both through its circulation in, which is within, and also by the media, as well as its argumentative articulation in the deliberative democracy. A normatively responsible media, through its communication effect, has the responsibility to circulate the content of reality without distortion. So this is more about media, right, than about democracies, right? What is the responsibility of the media? The responsibility of the media is some things or things which are real should not be clouded. They should be as transparent both within media circuits and also by the media circuits whenever they broadcast this information. When you say deliberative, argumentative articulation, which is say people will discuss and debate over this in deliberative democracy. Deliberative is discussions. Read the question. Question says, which of the following statements best reflects the crux of the above passage? First one says, responsible media should not distort the real in an ideal democracy. Is this wrong? He has clearly said that there is a responsibility for it to circulate the content of reality without distortion. So not wrong per se, but we'll have to compare it. B says, fake news seems inherent in the life of an ideal democracy. Right? He does not tell you that, oh, there is an inevitability of fake news in a democracy at all. Right? C says, there should not be any kind of restrictions on the freedom of expression in an ideal democracy. Is this what he's trying to tell you? There should not be any kind of restrictions on the freedom of expression in an ideal democracy. Is this correct? Is this not? Reality, however inconvenient it may be, finds its, both in the speech of this, the existence of the real has to be transparent, both in a normative responsible media. All right. And D says, so this is not evidently wrong. See, D says, irresponsible media and political leaders cannot be effectively controlled in an ideal democracy. He is not talking about whether they can be controlled or not. So these two go beyond the scope of the passage. Now there is a choice between A and C. Right? Is this A or is this C? The passage writes about expression in context of media. Right? So if you have to think of the crux of the above passage, it should be this. Responsible media should not distort the real in an ideal democracy. Right? The idea is, even if there is a freedom of expression, right, you can still distort reality, right? Because you have that freedom of expression. The idea is it should not distort reality. This is what he is trying to tell you. Get it? Read the next one. Nowadays, there is a growing trend to use interconnected home devices. He's trying to tell you about a certain trend that people are increasingly using interconnected home devices. As consumers increasingly network their homes, which is say one device is connected to the other device is connected to the other device, the connected home device manufacturers and service providers will seek to overcome thin profit margins by gathering more and more of our personal data with or without agreement, turning the home into a corporate storefront. Which is say, as consumers tend to, you can say, pick up more and more of these products which are interconnected, right? Now this is going to create, if you can imagine some amount of economic logic if you can apply, that means there is a certain trend amongst consumers, they want more and more of these devices. This is going to induce some competition within the manufacturers also. Manufacturers are going to compete amongst themselves. So one way of competition is price competition. Everybody is going to sort of want to, sell their products by offering a price advantage, by lowering each their profit margins, right? Then he says these manufacturers are going to compensate for these shrinking profit margins. How? By sort of binging upon your data, right? By gathering more and more of your data, eventually they could sell it or use it however they want, right? With or without your agreement or with or without your consent. Corporate marketers will have a powerful incentive to observe consumer behavior to understand the buying needs and preferences of device owners. The more and more information they have over you, that is going to be useful for them only and only to understand your behavior and your buying needs, right? The more they know about you, the better they are going to market their products, right? What he's saying is, because of increasing consumerism or increasing commercialization of these interconnected devices, profit margins are going to shrink. The manufacturers are going to compensate for these shrinking profit margins by doing what? By collecting more and more of your data. What is this data going to help you? At least according to the passage, this data is going to help these marketers understand your buying preferences and your needs so that they could market their products better. That is by implication. Read the question. Which of the following statements best reflects the most logical, rational, and practical message implied by the passage? First one says, knowledge of consumer behavior leads to more capital expenditure in the manufacturing sector. right? That's not what he is hinting at. Just because you have a knowledge of consumer behavior leads to more capital expenditure in the manufacturing sector. If I know for a fact that let's say I'm a smart bulb manufacturer, right? I also manufacture other devices. What I've seen, or by collecting data on you, I figured that you don't need any connected devices, or you don't need these bulbs. Is this going to lead to more capital expenditure? Should I be producing more? Should I be producing less? Right? It could lead anyway, right? You cannot directly say it's going to lead to more capital expenditure. B says, knowledge of consumer behavior stimulates the growth of commerce and trade and thus helps the overall economic development of the country. Now, he has not written it in the context of it promoting trade and development. He is trying to tell you that with or without your agreement, they are going to use up your data. So he's trying to hint towards a certain, you can say, lack of consent involved here. So he's trying to tell you, take you towards the negatives, more towards the positives. Now he's not trying to tell you, oh, because we have experience and we know about you, so it's going to stimulate trade. Of course, that is going to happen, but that's not what the intent here is. C says interconnected devices give a lot of comfort to home users and improve the quality of life. He does not tell you why are users picking up more and more interconnected devices. D is interconnected devices can be at a security risk and home users may have privacy risk. Absolutely, right? This is what he is trying to tell you. Privacy risk, why? He has clearly said that with or without your agreement, they may be getting information from you. Which one? No, I want because other people want it. I cannot assume what the reason is. Right? For example, I have too many smart bulbs at home. They are not necessarily making my life better. Right? We want what other people want. There can be many reasons as to why you would want a certain device. It is not only that because they are going to improve your quality of life. That is you assuming that the people are buying it because it improves their quality of life. Not necessarily. Some people spend because they want to spend, or they have enough money to spend. Right? You cannot attribute the reason here because it does not. The passage does not talk about that at all. What he was basically hinting at was with or without your agreement, they are going to take your data away from you. Next is green growth involves what? Rethinking growth strategies with regard to the impacts on environmental sustainability and environmental resources available to poor, vulnerable groups. So he's trying to define what green growth basically means. It involves rethinking about growth strategies, giving due regard to the impact on environmental sustainability and the resources that are available, especially to the poor and vulnerable groups. In rethinking growth, we need to focus on the current reality of a resource-constrained world. Resource-intensive and in particular energy-intensive processes will need to make way for more efficient and resource-frugal development strategies if we are to avoid an economic dead end or a world in which only a small elite is able to enjoy affluence in the midst of a sea of poverty. Right? So he is trying to argue for reimagining growth, or he is trying to argue for green growth. Which of the following statements best reflects the crux of the above passage? First one says, environmental sustainability is inimical to our objective of achieving a high rate of GDP growth. Right? He's trying to tell you to reimagine growth. There is a resource-constrained world. You cannot continue business as usual. You'll have to reimagine it in the context of environmental sustainability and the amount of resources. What the impact of a high GDP growth or GDP growth, will it be higher, lower? He has not gone there at all. B says, poverty eradication is not possible without a rapid economic growth and consequent environmental degradation. Is he talking about the inevitability of the current processes? Is he telling you that we will require the existing growth strategies? Right? Poverty eradication is not possible without them. This passage hints at poverty eradication is not possible without rapid economic growth and the consequent environmental degradation. That means environmental degradation has to happen. It's inevitable if you want to reduce poverty. Here he is talking about the exact opposite. Right? C says, maintaining high environmental standards is now a prerequisite for achieving steady, sufficient, and inclusive growth. Now, steady growth, we don't know inclusive surely. right? Sufficient, we don't know, right? But we'll have to compare C with D first. D says, with large populations, rampant poverty, limited resources of the today's world, environmental degradation cannot be prevented and inequalities are inevitable. Now this is giving it to you on a platter that this is not the right answer. By elimination, it should be C. Right? There is nothing in the passage that tells you it's a steady growth. Right? This is going to be steady. Sustainable, yes. Inclusive, yes. Right? But steady, nahi. Which is why I keep telling you, if you try to go and look for answers, that is how you're going to sort of land in a soupy situation. What you want to do is, you want to eliminate the wrong ones, and then the least wrong one is your answer. That is what you have to do. There will be instances, which is why the question is, which of the following best reflects the most logical? It's not to say that which of the following reflects the most logical, right? He's saying best reflects. That means there could be a situation where 2 or 3 are right? You have to pick the best one. That rule is only 2, which is generality plus evidence. The first is evidence. Evidence in the sense, can you derive this from the passage itself? Second is the one which is more general or which tries to cover more things will be preferred over something which is a little too specific. And that's the rule. That's the example of least incorrect. Yeah, least incorrect, right? Unlike religion and science, poetry does not posit or expect any belief in absolute truths. That means religion and science, they both either posit or expect a belief in absolute truths. Those forces or individuals who claim to have absolute truths in their grasp tend to turn dictatorial and tyrannical. That is just to say, he's hinting at those people who are argue for religion and for science, they tend to turn tyrannical because they believe that they have this supremacy over the truth or the absolute truth. Truth usually does not admit any contradictions or imperfections. This is the characteristic of truth, right? Because it cares only about facts, not of opinions, right? It usually does not admit any contradictions or any imperfections. It is Unitarian, right? Because it's the truth, there is nothing else, right? So it is Unitarian. It is therefore not of much use for poetry. Therefore, truth is not of much use for poetry. Poetry abides by the plurality of life and existence. Perhaps poetry follows reality, which is plural, anachronistic, full of contradictions. Right? Which is say, unlike religion, unlike science, which claim to have or which at least expect belief in the truth, poetry is a little more inclusive. Truth does not have much space to accommodate plurality. Truth does not have much space to accommodate contradictions, imperfections. Poetry, therefore, does not have any or much use for truth. Right? Poetry follows life. Life is plural. Life is anachronistic. Life is also full of contradictions. Against the tyranny of truth, poetry remains a partisan of democratic reality, which is to say, it does not only chase what is the absolute truth, it tries to include pretty much everyone, imperfections, contradictions, everything. Against the arrogance of power, wealth, and hierarchy, poetry proposes both humility and defiance. Right? Then read the statements. Statement says, firstly, which of the following best reflects the most logical and rational message conveyed by the above passage? First one says, it is poetry, not science or religion, which recognizes and accepts imperfections in humans. Is this factually correct? No? Why? Why is it not correct? This is exactly what he says. No, it follows life. Life is plural. Life has anachronistic, where life may have things which are out of fashion. Right? Life is full of contradictions. So there are imperfections that poetry values, not religion and science. Right? This is okay. B says, truth is revealed through science or religion and poetry is anathema to the truth or opposite to the truth. No, poetry is not opposite to the truth. Poetry ka characteristic is that truth is not of much use to it. It does not mean that poetry will not use the truth. Poetry tries to follow life. Life is full of contradictions. Life is full of pluralities. Life is full of imperfections. While religion and science which chase the truth, right? Truth is more Unitarian, it does not accommodate those, poetry accommodates those, right? That's what he's saying. He's not saying it is opposite to the truth, right? Or it is antithetical to the truth. That's not what he's hinting at. C is, poetry is romantic, imaginary, and is about feeling, whereas science and religion are about truth. Now, we do not know from the passage whether poetry is romantic and imaginary only, right? How do you know? Poetry can be about things which are very, very real. Poetry may not necessarily only be romantic. And how do you know? Right? There are various types of poetry also. Veer ras, Shringar ras, pata nahi kaun se ras. Right? It does not have to be always imaginary. Right? D is, in a world of violence, tyranny, and bigotry, poetry is a form of dynamic resistance. He has said, against the arrogance of power, wealth, and hierarchy, poetry proposes both humility and defiance. Both humility and defiance. Right? If you think about it, between A and D, what we have witnessed previously also is, wherever UPSC picks these passages from, right, whatever the source is, if the source has something which is written, right, towards the end, there may not be enough facts here, but if it has something written in the end, typically UPSC picks that. The one from which it has been lifted has this statement written verbatim, right? If you read the last few sentences, right, the last few sentences are about this. Against the arrogance, tyranny of truth kyun? Because truth is Unitarian. It does not accommodate plurality. Poetry remains a partisan of democratic reality, right? Against the arrogance of power, wealth, and hierarchy, poetry proposes both humility and defiance, right? Humility for those who are arrogant. Defiance in resentment or against something, right? If you ask me between A and D, when he says in a world of violence, tyranny, and bigotry, did he talk about violence anywhere here? Where did he talk about it? Does not talk about violence. Tyranny, against the tyranny of truth, and bigotry. Yes, they tend to be arrogant, that is fine, but Mother, he's not talking about arrogance here. No, tyranny he has spoken on, the tyranny of truth, not a problem. I'm saying about violence and about bigotry. Right? Poetry offers a form of dynamic resistance. Right? There is enough evidence for D also. Right? There is one A to straight up you can say deduce from the passage itself. Right? There is reasons for you to not mark this, which is because of violence, possibly also because of bigotry. Bigotry is where you think your cause is the only one that matters, and you host some, you can say, negative or parochial attitudes towards others also. Bigotry is basically that. He only talks about how poetry is more accommodative. Right? He also says that yes, it also proposes some amount of defiance. Right? If you ask me, good chance that A is the answer, right? But very, very minute chance that they may go with D even, right? The reason why they're going to go with D is possibly because this line is verbatim quoted from the passage itself. Now, you're not supposed to know that line. You cannot assume that this is going to exactly be the case, right? You have to solve using the rules of the passage itself and nothing more, right? A is something that you can clearly deduce. The last passage I guess we have is this the last one? Yeah. The flower was not invented to please us. Right? So he's trying to tell you that the flower was not invented to please you. It flaunted its petals and spread its perfume to attract an insect. The insect carries the pollen from the flower to flower so that pollen is not carried away by the wind and is thus not wasted. That means there is a certain utility to this fragrance. What we call a flower's beauty is merely a byproduct and a human invention, right? Which is to say, the flower does not know that this is beautiful to you. The flower does not know that this is a perfume, that you may like this fragrance. The flower has it because it is of a certain use to it, right? This beauty of flower is a byproduct and it's human invention. That humans decide to think that this is good for them. The perfume is not there to please us. It pleases us because it is there and we have been conditioned to it, right? Which is that the real reason behind this fragrance is not that flowers want to please you. There is a utility to it, right? We think of it or it works for us. Like this is something which is sweet smelling or smelling good to you. It is your invention, right? Now read this passage. The question, based on the above passage, the following assumptions have been made. First one says, the author of the passage believes that flowers are a creation of nature's luxury. He does not talk about nature's luxury. He's basically trying to hint at what you think are good values of a flower are essentially not because the flower wants to please you. They are of use to the flower, right? Not of nature's luxury. Second, the author of the passage does not believe in the usefulness of the flowers except as things of beauty. That flowers are a thing of beauty is there, but are flowers more than that, or does the author of a passage not believe in the usefulness of flowers except as things of beauty? No, in fact, he is arguing against it. What you think is a thing of beauty has a certain use to it, right? So cannot be two. Answer should be neither one nor two. Right? With that said, at least 2 to 3 questions where there may be a reasonable doubt, right? You have to take that with a pinch of salt, and every time we begin our discussions, I have almost always tell you, this is the reason why you cannot completely rely on RCs, right? Because there may always be 3 to 4 odd certain passages, right, which may produce a certain conflict, right? Anyway, I hope you had a good session, right? Chalo, have a good day. Bye.